Them kids took my chance. Oh, I'm already live. Okay, so we are live, and I was looking for my chopstick, but my children move every single thing. So I'm gonna grab this right quick. Hey, Laura.
Hello.
All right, so we were gonna just like chat about all the nuances in regard to the Rittenhouse verdict. So, but before I got into like my idea of it, I wanted to hear like what other people had to say. So I'm going to ask you, like, what are your thoughts? Well, let me lay the groundwork to it. First of all, for me, there's zero comparison to him and a black person because a black man would have never made it to trial. Like, so we can't keep making that juxtaposition, right? Like it's because it's not realistic. If there was a black man that was armed at a riot, protest, whatever, uh, yeah, he would be dead. Like there's no two
Yeah.
ways about that. So that can't be the two balance points because there's zero fucking balance in that. So go ahead. What are your thoughts on it all, and how are you feeling?
Well, I was going to start out by making a certain comparison just because they're the same age, but if you feel that
I mean,
that
no, that's
you'd rather.
your opinion on it. You
Okay.
talk about your opinion. I was just stating where
Right.
my stuff is going to come from, right out the gate.
Right. But that's good. That's good. No, I just feel like, of course, Trayvon Martin was the same age and he didn't have a gun. And, what's his name? George Zimmerman gets off, after killing this young man, and it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, all I could say is what I said, before we went live too, that it's it's like a slap in the face. It's like putting salt in a wound. It's just beyond at this point, I mean, to me, it's like putting salt in a wound. And it's almost like, to me, it's being done on purpose to kind of say, ha ha, type of thing. Like, yes, we let him off because he cried some tears. And just the whole thing where if it's a black 17-year-old, they're like you said before, the results would have been different and treated differently. And I mean, this man came with a huge weapon. I forgot the name of the type of weapon, but killed two people. And now is going to walk free and premeditated. That's what gets to me. The premeditated as well was there. So I'm like, why is he off? And for them to flip it and be like, oh, he felt, it's like, of course you felt, you know, like you were going to be attacked or something because you're in there with the semi-automatic weapon. Of course, people are going to kind of be, if you're near them, they're going to try to fight you or get it out of your hands or whatever, of course. But you're the one who started it.
Okay, that's absolutely a fair feeling to have. So here are my thoughts on it, right? Is that as a person who absolutely believes that people should be armed, right? I think that where this went wrong is that they did that. They went with people's sentiments and people's emotions in regard to guns that people can't even explain, right? Like I don't remember what kind. I know it was a big gun, like
Yeah, like me.
semi-automatic. It's all of these things, and it plays on the emotions of people and how they feel about guns. So they put guns on trial instead of certain aspects of gun ownership that's illegal, right? Like this underage child should not have been in possession of a weapon.
Right.
Therefore, like him murdering those people is absolutely self-defense. As far as legally, that is self-defense. If I have a weapon and I am threatened, no matter what situation I'm in, no matter if I chose to be there, nobody knows my intent. I could have went there to arm myself. I could have went there to protest. I could have went there to protect businesses. I could have went there to be a medic. He could have done, I don't have no idea what the hell he went for. We could assume intent, but that's not by legal definition, right? Like at all. That's your assumption, right? But so if I have a weapon wherever I go, which is a personal preference of mine. If someone attacks me for whatever reason, first of all, if you see somebody with a weapon, the last thing you should do is probably attack them because that's the point of having a weapon, to stop the threat. That's it. So if you attack me, I'm going to stop the threat. We're not having no more conversations. I'm not going to see how far this, violence can go between you and I, right? That's one thing. Second thing, there was a weapon pulled on him. He had every single right
Okay.
to then fire his weapon by one of the people that have it all written down, like my little notes. So for me, where they did was they played on the emotions of the public with guns, right? Like, oh my God, America has a gun problem, and and all of these ideas. So that got people all up in arms. Now, personally, if I was sitting on the jury and like if I thought that this case was going to be a precedence to take away my gun rights as a Black woman in America, I'm definitely going to go for not guilty because I feel like minorities should be armed. I don't give a fuck what marginalized community you are in. I personally feel like you should be armed at all times because it is a threat out here to live, right? So you should be able to protect yourself. So I would not be willing to give up my right to defend my life, and people not understanding that in America who are super duper about like disarming the people but not disarming
Mhm.
the government really just have not paid attention to what happens to people that are marginalized and why those people should be armed. And if you want to disarm the people, you have to disarm the government first. There's no two ways around that. I'm not going to live in a country where I can't protect myself, but the government is armed
Mhm.
to the fucking ITs. That's insane. Ain't no fucking way. So
Right.
that being said, right, is to me where the focus needed to go on more so was the illegal use of the gun because of him being underage, right? Like that's poor gun ownership. That's neglect on the parents. Like the dad lived in Kenosha and the mom crossed the state lines with the son. But that could be a toss up, right? Because his father lives in the state and the mother is the gun owner, right? So it could be like, well, the mom, if those two states have like that agreement that you could travel, like I could take my weapon with me to Florida because those two states agree. If his state and his dad's state agreed and the mom is the legal gun owner, that gun is not illegal to cross over lines, right? So that gets gray, right? Like now him being underage with it makes anything he's done with that weapon illegal, whether it's
Mhm.
right or not, right? Like that's where for me I'm like, how did he get off? And I didn't really pay attention to to like all the details of the trial because I get activated like watching all of these things because like I said, it's not even I wasn't even concerned with am I gonna watch a fair trial? Because if that was a Black man on trial, this wouldn't be fair. The Black man would have been dead. He would not have ever made it to trial. Right. But I start questioning like, what are they playing at? Like, why would you not have brought that in? Why are the parents not culpable? Then you start looking into like the disparities in justice, right? Like, would this be the same if my son were on trial? Let's say my son did make it, y'all would be blaming me. Even if it weren't like, nobody would be like using the language, oh, a troubled boy or this scared mom or none of that. They would be calling my son all kinds of motherfucking thugs and hoodlums, calling me all kinds of negligent parents, and absolutely like demanding my head on a fucking stake. And those are all the nuances for me that came
Yep.
up. But personally, yeah, he had every single right to use his weapon. Like, I'm not mad at that. I am concerned that there's an underage person that had access to a weapon who probably just wasn't even capable of making better decisions, right? Like, and then why are these parents not responsible for an underage person with a weapon who now killed? Like, where's the involuntary manslaughter charges for the parents?
Mhm.
Something. And he should have been found guilty simply because if he's not legally able to have that weapon, anything you do with that weapon, even if it's in alignment, is illegal. So even if the self-defense is allowable, it's illegal because you
Mhm.
shouldn't touch a gun. So like that pissed me off about why he was found not guilty.
Yeah, and I didn't know, and I thought I followed it closely, but I guess not because I didn't know that someone had shot at him
No, they pulled
first.
the
I didn't.
weapon on him,
Oh,
apparently.
they pull. Okay, that's what it was. I'm sorry. Right, I didn't realize that. So that also is new information to me. And one thing I'll say, and it's different. It's kind of reminded me when you said if it was reverse, people would be all about, oh, you're a bad parent to you.
Yeah.
It made me think of just the other day. I think it was like a week ago, something in the news where a mother of 5, which is like me. I'm a mother of 6, big family. She simply, where did she go? She went to just drop her boyfriend at his house, and the grandparents, her parents, were there with the kids. And somehow a house fire started, and the grandparents escaped, and the children didn't, and the children died. And now they're trying to charge the lady, the mother. And
Right.
it's like, and it's like, it was an accident, sounds like. But the point is, she left them with adults, capable babysitters, and went to just drive home her boyfriend and come back. And that, when I saw that, I was like, wow. And then it just things like that, where you do reverse it in your mind, like, would they have done a white woman the same way?
Of course not. Of course not. Oh, hold on. Shamika said that they tried to join. I'm gonna send you a thingamabob, an invite, Shamika, into your thingamabob. Child, my whole brain is gone. Into your inbox.
Messenger.
On Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go. I sent it. Oh, somebody is commenting on YouTube. The guilty verdict and how they put guns on trial and not the act. But yeah, no, absolutely. For me, that was the issue, is that like they always do this like with these like progressive ideas and movements. Hey, Shamika. And we missed the fucking boat. Like we missed the entire thing. And it leaves us no space to have like nuanced conversations or like real ass, like, okay, what's really good? You know what I'm saying? Right. Oh, I didn't think about that. He was like, you don't have to type out your response. I can hear you. Yo, that was like the dumbest moment I've had this week.
I do it all the time. I do stuff like that all the time.
Totally a fucking blonde moment. Like, absolutely. Shamika, can you hear us? Are you talking to me? I don't know why only
she's on mute.
They. Pronouns they, them, not she.
Oh, sorry. Yes. They are on mute.
I don't know why I can't see like Facebook comments though.
Oh, I was muted. Crap. Oops. I just
So we're all blondes on here. Hey, sexy blonde, you.
No. Listen, that's my natural state. So.
Yeah, that is your natural state. It's really lovely on you. So talk to me, Shamika, because I know you got something to say.
Not what you might expect.
Okay, I'm here for it.
So, for me, I think okay about the verdict. I'm ambivalent. I don't care.
Okay, hold on. The cameraman asked, so not guilty on all charges. How do you feel about that and why? One at a time. So Shamika, you go with that first.
I'm ambivalent because I do not expect our justice system to produce justice. So in our legal system, things have to be tried in a very narrow set of contexts, right? Like by law, people can only be convicted of certain crimes under a certain set of context. And then that moves further to the judge to what they allow, right? So I don't think that there's a difference between being not guilty of a particular charge and being innocent of harming someone. Right? I think there's a very big distinction. And so, like, I think it's bullshit to say that, oh, I don't trust our justice system, and then get angry when our justice system doesn't deliver a nuanced response to a complex situation, right? I think what the larger situation, what happened to me that I've been thinking about is why are people so activated right now? And what my response to that is that what happened wasn't about that case. It was about the disparity of just all of the assumptions and rights that were just taken as for granted for him, that people of color or people who are marginalized know would not been afforded to them by that same jury. Given those exact same instructions, given the exact same case, I know that if he were Black, he would have been found guilty. Him being found not guilty doesn't upset me, but the reality of knowing, had it just been a different hue of his complexion, but the exact same trial, there would have been a different verdict. That activates something. For me, I was immediately aware of the difference. So the verdict didn't activate me. It was just a reminder. And I was just like, what do you expect? Right? So there's obviously a lot of things that are happening in the situation that I think need to be unpacked for us as a collective. But hell, that's living in the USA, right? And so that's where I'm at. Is like I'm actually not feeling as impacted the way you might expect, because I'm normally a little bit. I think the situation is just heavily nuanced. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of things going on, and for me, that has been the thing that's kind of bothered me the most from this whole situation. Like I was on a Clubhouse talk earlier, and I was just trying to get a better understanding of what exactly happened.
Hold on a second. I want to know what he's. So now I feel like an idiot because I don't know how to talk back to him. Okay, cameraman, hit on what? That's something that I want to talk of. If Kyle had not been white and all the circumstances been the same, how do you think it would have played out differently? Well, for me, like when I first, hold on, I want to answer that one. When I first got on here, for me, that wasn't the juxtaposition, because if he were Black and armed in that situation, he would not have made it to trial.
Right.
So we're having that's like a fucking fantasy conversation, in my opinion. Like, well, if this was a Black man on trial with these same things, what would have happened? Like, would he have even made it to trial is the first part. Like, right. And then if he did make it to trial, no, I absolutely do not think that it would have been the same thing unless he had a really good lawyer. Because the truth of the matter is that, like Shamika was saying, is like, he's not guilty of murder outside of the fact that he was not allowed to be in legal possession of that gun. Legally, what he did was self-defense, period. That is what self-defense is for. That is what having a weapon is for. But the issue is he should not have had a weapon because he's underage. So when you have a weapon outside of legal rights, right? Like if I'm a felon and I have a gun and somebody could bust through my door and I could kill them and it's legal, but I'm a felon, I can't have a gun, it's illegal.
Right.
That's how the law works. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I think even.
He definitely would have made it off the street that night, fam, at all.
And if he had, let's live in a fantasy world where he would have made it off the street.
Hold on a second. Why was the gun charge, Jordan? Could you tell me why the gun charge was dismissed? Because, like, for me, the gun charge I really wasn't, like, paying attention to, like I said, all of the whole thing, because I knew already what was going to happen, because that is self-defense. If the gun charge was dismissed, was he legally able to own the weapon? Because if he was, then all of it is absolutely just and fair. Well, it's never just, but it is absolutely legal. Let's say that.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine after having just shot 3 innocent, or not one? Yeah, no.
So that's exactly what the cameraman is talking about. I think that's what's so activated. It's not so much that the verdict was unjust.
Oh, he was of age according to the law. I was not aware of that.
I think the problem is that all of the dynamics.
Got you.
That, like, for instance, we're talking about what if you made it off the streets? Or, like, for self-defense, you have to have a reasonable sense of fear. Would a jury afford especially a Black man, enough humanity to say that he could be in fear of his life? So there's so many no, I know. So what I'm saying is, I feel like those are all of the layers of, like, that makes this so activating for, you know what I mean? But like I said, I don't expect justice out of an unjust system. And so that just kind of, because the statutes didn't apply to him, he wasn't under 16, and it wasn't a short barrel rifle. Right.
You sincerely hope what, Jordan Esquire? Yeah, no, yes, like you said, in a fantasy world, Laura, I'm sorry if we're talking over you. If you want to get off, you could also get off. Like, look, Laura's like, look, I just wanted to have a quick chat. Y'all just running all
No,
over
no,
me.
no, not at all. No, I'm totally engaged in listening because I know I spoke at the beginning, so I want to hear other people now. I already kind of weighed in, and I'll probably weigh in again. No, oh my God, I'm listening.
Right. So I'm gonna so yeah, we'll get back to that. In a fantasy world, first of all, okay, yeah, because it has to be a fantasy world. I just can't even imagine a black man walking off the street after killing 3 people and walking past the police armed, period. Like, that is so far from fucking reality for me, which is like, for me, actually, it's more reason why black people should be consistently armed everywhere we go. So it starts looking real fucking normal for people, right? Like, because we already can't escape the ideas of the law would have been equally. Nah, Jordan, you're bugging. Hopeful, but that's a lie.
So like,
I don't know.
So like, okay, I like these contexts, right? Because I think they allow us to really see where do our bias exist and how do we see the world differently. There are so many things. Like, black men, the stereotype is that they are dangerous. So how can the person who's dangerous feel unsafe? So let's
Correct.
say that people in good intention had a black person as the defendant. I really think that, and this is not because they're quote unquote bad people. This is science. I'm a social science. I love to bring the science. There is an implicit bias across race, all over the U.S. that black men,
not just the U.S.
No, I'm talking about, this is the U.S. judicial system. So that's what I'm saying. Like, every citizen, there is no jury pool to where you would escape that bias. It could have been a black jury. You still do not escape that bias. And so I think we have to have that. I think we have to talk about that. Like, that is the real angst, because it is connected. It is absolutely connected. Because, like, why do you get to pretend through this? That's what it feels like for me. You get to pretend through these systems that there is an actual judicial process, when we actually know in truth that there are armed enforcers and that we are the prey, right? Like, in this system. And so, like, it's just like a facade. So for me, that I think is just, I feel like that's an important conversation for us to talk about. Why does this bother us? Because it isn't so much the verdict, right? And I mean, I think there's, of course, there's the gun people. I mean, you and I have differing but similar opinions on guns. Like, I personally do not I don't have the arsenal that Des does, but
whoa, I'm talking about my business on this motherfucking live.
Okay, well, I
do not have an arsenal. Whoa.
Emphatic information. Well, my point is that, but we both adamantly believe in people having the right and the responsibility to protect themselves. So I wouldn't come to this as, oh, he shouldn't have had a gun at all. Like, the age matters, the type of gun, his intention.
Hold on. Now that Jordan brought that to the attention, Jordan and the cameraman brought it to my attention. The age doesn't matter. He's legally able to have a gun in that state, the kind of gun that he had. So no.
Okay, so short of that, I feel like anti-gun laws are inherently anti-black. So, like, because it's about who it's gonna be applied to. Like, it gives people room for additional prosecution, and they're not prosecuting white people. So, like, my thing is,
hold on, pause, Shamika, read that, because that is exactly it. We're mad at Kyle Rittenhouse. We're mad at that, and never. This is the problem. This is the problem for me with systemic issues. This is the problem with me with rage and protest. It's like, I'm not mad at Kyle. Good. Hey, the system worked for you. Like, right. You know what I'm saying? Like, the truth of the matter is as a gun owner, as somebody who would have absolutely shot somebody to stop them from harming me, to stop the threat, I would hope that if I make it to trial, I too would get off because everything he did was legal. What we need to put the microscope on is the system, like Shamik is saying, that how do you have a system with 12 people that live in a world that have a bias against Black bodies to be dangerous? dangerous. How does a Black person fear for their life when we're so fucking violent, when we're so fucking dangerous, when this is how the world sees us, right? It's like Black women and being raped, Black femmes and being raped. When you have the trope that's been going on since we were drugged to this goddamn country, that Black women are salacious and they like it, and you got hot and top Venus, we don't get to see Black women and femmes as rape victims. She was asking for it. She was fast. What was she doing? What was she wearing? And not that this doesn't happen to all women and femmes, but specifically that immediate bias, we need to start unpacking. That for me is anti-racism work, right? Like let's unpack your real bias. You're not going to look at my husband and think that he was scared for his life because he's Black with gold teeth and tattoos. Then you're going to go through his life story and you're going to see he had a record. He wasn't scared. Now you're going to put his past when he was 19 on trial. Not the 44-year-old man who's married with 3 kids taking care of his family. You're now going to put a dumbass 19-year-old on trial and say, nah, that's the lens that we need to be looking at this. Hey, kudos to fucking Kyle. Like, the system worked, buddy. Like,
and then also as an abolitionist, I have to say this too. I'm never super excited when people go to prison. Like, I don't really feel like
yeah,
like sometimes I'm glad if it was a situation where I felt like there was no accountability, that at least there was a sense of accountability.
Too, Jordan.
But just generally, what Binger just went out so far. I was waiting for Victor White guy. Yeah, like that's my biggest thing is just that.
That's real too. They do that because they want to stoke those political fires. And the truth of the matter is that causes more division, because what we need to be doing is banding together in solidarity to attack a system that would not allow me or someone that looked like me or my husband to make it to trial, one. And if we made it to trial, we would absolutely have been found guilty, because you don't believe that we could fear for our lives, though we're getting gunned down like in the streets, like nothing by like how you called them, armed enforcers of this law. Like this system is working exactly as this system was built to work.
Yeah.
It's not a broken system. It's not a flawed system. It is actually a perfectly well-oiled machine operating as it should. We need a new system.
And as long as you can make systemic issues personal, and what I mean by that is as long as you can say, oh, this is an individual situation and this isn't a part of a systemic issue, then that diverts energy. Right? Like, that's why, like, I'm glad this conversation is happening the way it was. And I left the other conversation I was listening to, is because I'm not actually interested in having a nuanced conversation debating every aspect of the law, whether 1 feet is good enough to believe if you're afraid, or if it needs to be 10 feet. I mean, this is stuff people are arguing about. I don't have time or energy. I have a whole life in business that I'm leading. That's not whatever.
Yeah,
but if you want to talk about why is the whole country activated by this? I'm like, because it is right on the nerve of like our greatest hurt, our greatest ill, right? As a nation. And so let's talk about that. If we talk about that, then we can actually move forward and do some healing and do some shifts and changes. But if we make this about Kyle, if we make this about an individual and one circumstance, then I mean, I'm like, what is the point? Like, honestly, that's where I feel like, I mean, of course, the individual victims' families have their feelings, but like on a larger scale, for it to have this much of a response, I don't see it.
Hold on, I want to see this one right here. Now I want to toss a serious brainworm on all of you, now that this sets new legal precedents for self-defense in our laws. For me, that's what I had said when I first came on cameraman, is that if I were on the jury and I thought that voting guilty was going to set a precedent that changed self-defense laws or change my right to be armed, I would have also voted not guilty, right? Like, to Shamika's point, that people are going to vote or move in this country or anywhere based on their personal experience, right? Like, so like if he would have went to jail for being guilty, it would have literally changed self-defense laws. Like it would have had to, because he legally acted in self-defense law.
I don't know. So this is my thing. This is the one part that I feel is also racially motivated about what we call privilege. I hate that word, but whatever. Is
hold on a second. Hold on. What? Replace Rosenbaum with an Elio. Personal. I'm not.
This is okay. This is my thing.
I personally, I think like this is gonna be. I think that that's self-defense too.
They're not me. That's my point. It's like inciting violence. This is what I feel. If you incite violence to a certain level, this is how I feel like it should work. I'm not saying this is how it works. This is just where my bias and my preferences lay. If somebody is inciting violence to a certain level, like they want to physically fight me, then I feel like I should physically be able to fight them without an assault charge, right? If somebody pulls out a gun on me, I should be able to pull out a gun on them. And if they shoot me, they were the original aggressor. They don't get to claim self-defense because they initiated the situation and the other person was prepared for it. That is what bothers me about this situation, is that it feels like he instigated the situation, and then when it moved out of his control of being the aggravator, that all of a sudden now you can call self-defense. That is the one point of contention. But this is the thing. I also know that the juries had 36 pages of instructions on what they could consider and how they could consider it. And like me going through my own litigations, the stuff that is allowed and not allowed into court completely alters a case. So like, I just think armchair prosecuting or armchair defending it doesn't serve anyone a really good purpose, because it's like, we know the system's flawed, or unless we're not acknowledging that the system is flawed in the sense of it doesn't actually execute justice, right? That's where it's flawed.
Okay, but hold on. Now let me ask you a question. How do you see him as the aggressor in this situation? Because he showed up with a weapon?
Because he had been talking about shooting people with his AR. So that talks about intentionality, right? Like if I say, oh, I'm about to go blow up the White House, and then I blow up the White House, well, I fucking did what I said I was going to do. Like that, right. That's why. I'm not imagining it. He said it. Like it's not me reading anything into it.
Well, no, that's why I wanted to put it out. This wasn't an accusation or like,
oh no, I'm just saying.
I wanted it out there because if people are listening, right? Like, because that's their first thought. Like, oh, like, because again, they put guns on trial. So again, what activates people is what's personal to them, right? So like I asked the question not as an actual, like it was more to put that in front, well, why is he the aggressor? Because people are automatically going to feel like, oh, well, if I have a gun, I'm an aggressor. No. This is why.
Since we've been playing Fantasyland, let's just say he lived there and he had that weapon in his vehicle or with him or whatever. And these people got super aggressive with him, whether it was physically or verbally, and they congregated around him and he got his weapon. That's an entirely different situation.
Somebody pulled a weapon on him.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, okay, we were not there, right? And neither was the jury. So we are filling in the gaps. We are pretending and we are making assumptions and we are using empathy in order to say what was happening to make was this reasonable? And so part of it being a self-defense is that you had to reasonably be afraid. My thing is that like, I don't get to like, it's like this, like you're a fighter, Des. I don't get to be like, I'm gonna cuss you out and call you names and say, meet me in the streets. And then you meet me in the streets and then I'm like, oh, she assaulted me. Nah, you asked for it. Like that is what I'm saying. Like
that's actually legally assault because you didn't harm me. Like
no, I know, like, but what I'm saying.
But I hear you because I feel that way because I get activated with people. This is why like I don't argue with people on the internet because I'm like, I'm about that pull up. Like, I'm like literally Googling where are you at right now. So like I'm like, okay, you know what? For my peace, I'm not gonna argue with you.
My thing is that what I'm saying is that because you know that if you came and hit me, that would be an assault charge. But that's not what happened to him. It was self-defense. He did not get a murder charge, is my point.
Right.
And so like that's the angst. That's what's activating. Is that your own, you are like for Black people, you are one of the most aggressive, and I don't mean this in a negative way because a lot of people say Black and I mean that I feel like aggressiveness and
I feel like that shit is a compliment when people are like, "You're so aggressive." I'm like, "Yeah,
yeah,
I am."
For you to even say, "Oh, hold up, I am going to self-regulate myself because the consequences of how it's going to affect me because of the lenses that I will be seen through, I'm gonna get an assault charge, and you were the one who was talking nonsense. Now I'm not going to do this." He lives in a world where he literally did not have to consider that and also did not have to pay the consequences of it. And I think that is an injustice. Not what he did, but the fact that he could live like that and have that level of freedom. And I know for a fact and certain that I do not. That is the injustice. And since we weren't able to put that on trial, you get what I'm saying? Like we weren't able to put that on trial. There was no way to get a verdict that will reflect the injustice because that was the injustice.
Can I ask a question? When you said the 35 pages and stuff, do you mean like how, for example, they said, you know, they can't refer in the courtroom to the people that died as victims? Like, what was that all about? That to me
if
was
you say,
strange.
I mean, those are the rules. I mean, those are the calls that the judge makes on what's probative or prejudicial. So, like, if the judge would have called, I'm assuming that the defense said that was more prejudicial than probative, like to bring up victim statements, because by calling them a victim, you've already assigned who was at fault and who. You know, like that's like you have to say someone was accused until they're convicted. You can't say that they are a murderer, not legally, like that's slander. Like I think that's where that came from, is the judge made the call that would have been prejudicial for the jury if every person who got shot and killed was a victim versus they could have been the perpetrator, because that's what it was, a self-defense trial. And I'm saying even that call, would a judge have made that call for like a Spanish speaking brown person? Like, no, like that to me is like, that's the activating part. It's just knowing that I think the system worked. And the fact that I want as few people to go to prison as possible. And so he didn't go to prison. But I know the system won't work for me. And like that is where it makes me resentful, if anything, right? Like, okay, he can get a fair trial, and like that is impossible for me and my community. And to really make sure that we censor that. I mean,
the
that's
system
important.
is fine. The laws are not inherently unfair or racist. In fact, it's set up so that more guilty people go free than innocent people go to jail. But the system requires good people doing good things to work properly. Same with our entire system of democracy. So, well, Jordan, I'm going to offer you some pushback there on this part of your comment. Is the laws are not inherently unfair or racist. These laws were literally based on racism and keeping Black people outside of any justice inside of the law. It was literally created on the backs of Black people. So there's no way for any law to not be not racist. Like it's just impossible. Like it's literally impossible.
And like, I don't have the numbers with me, which I guess Des would tell me that nobody cares about the numbers, but I care. But there is a disproportionate, there's so many factors that go into it. It's not about good or bad people, but it's like, for instance, this country never abolished slavery. We just changed it. And so what happened is that we said that if you were convicted, like you have rights to not be a slave, basically, unless you're convicted of a crime. So immediately after slavery was abolished, it basically became illegal to be Black, and that has not changed. In order to place Black people back into legal slavery within this country.
I have the numbers actually of, and I don't have them on me right now too, like where you saw like the amount of like enslaved people, and then like it became illegal, and then here came the
incarcerated Black people.
Became the incarceration, and it went right back up to the amount of enslaved people. Like they literally recreated and rebranded slavery. Like,
and there's absolutely no way that a demographic that makes up about 10 to 12% of the population should make up 50 to 60% of the prison population. The U.S. has more people in prison than countries that we call dictators. Like dictatorships. So like, no, the system is not just. Like, this is, if you're taking this from a sociological, historical, anthropological view, just objectively, not even talking about the details, no, it is not. It was not created to be just. We're not just even according to our contemporary peers around the world. So no. Like, and if we don't acknowledge that the laws themselves are inherently unjust, then you're going to say that, oh, of course, then that allows for the criminality of Black people to seem justified, right? But people, like, we know for a fact that white people use illegal drugs at higher levels than any other population in the US. However, they are convicted the least because their communities and their neighborhoods are not policed for these things. And so
Correct. It's over policing that's the issue.
It's over policing, not. And I mean, I of course think everybody should use whatever drugs they want to use, but that's not the point. What I'm saying is it's not that certain demographics are more criminal, is that they make these laws so that they can then incarcerate people so that they can use their free labor. Like, that is the point. Like, if we don't acknowledge,
it's all money. It's all like, we have got to really like settle down and like back to what we were saying in the very beginning in regard to like where to place the microscope is like capitalism is an economic system and slavery was the fucking backbone of that economic system. And when they lost slavery, they lost a part of the economic system. And that economic system literally put America on the fucking map for money. They had no rice, none of their products. Half the fucking GDP was actually humans that they fucking trafficked, right? The first stock on Wall Street were Black people. Like, so without that economic system, America would never have even become the superpower that it is. So like, you have got, like, it's cool. Like I'm not anti-America. Shamika and I talk about that all the time. Like, we are very much like, I'm American. If you go, I've had videos of my whole goddamn seal of the presidency sitting behind me, right? Like, I'm definitely a fucking American, and I utilize every single American fucking right that I have. So it's not even an anti-America. It is like, it's okay to look upon things and be like, hey, this is just the truth, right? Like,
right.
We don't have to sugarcoat it. We don't have to do rose-colored glasses in order to be in this country, in order to even love this country, like this country, exist within this country. Like, to me, that's actually part of the love, right? Like, even in a relationship, I don't have to ignore that you're a piece of shit. I'm going to call you on the fact that you're a piece of shit and you should do better because I love you and I live with you.
I mean, this could be, well, I actually think that the US is an incredible experiment, right? Like, when people talk about the great experiment, I actually think the idea of this country, like, if you can ignore the genocide of the people who lived here first, because that, I mean, if you can do that.
No, hold the fucking phone. No.
I know what you're doing. I have a point that I'm making.
I totally get that, but like, we're gonna pause for a second.
No, but I just wanted to include that. Like, as I said, I think
this is ignore that part.
Right. No, like, I mean, okay, let me not do that. Because if I include it, then it's not a wonderful experiment. That's my point. But the point,
right? Exactly. That's the point, though. That is the point. That's exactly.
Being a U.S. citizen, there is this. I share, right. A lot of Black people don't, but I share this sense of, maybe pride is not the right word, but like, we can do better. Like, I feel like we live in a country
that is the thing.
That's like a part of our ethos, right?
But we can't do, but it should be, right? Because like, I've read the Federalist Papers, I've read all of these things, and according to how they wrote it, and what we need to really get into is like let's break this all the way down, right? Like, a bunch of poor fucking people being exploited by the rich in Britain came over to this motherfucker after being colonized violently, right? Because the fucking Romans had no cares. Like, I mean, like, think about the story of Christ that Americans love so fucking much. Yo, like, they crucified
the Irish
people every day of the week
in response to the British,
right? Like, they literally crucified people every day of the week. The way Jesus, if you believe the story, died, it's just how the Romans kill people. Like, that was their shit. Flogging people, like disemboweling, like fucking fed people to lions, you know, like, this was their jam. This is what they like to do, you know, like the forced starvation, like you said, of the fucking Irish. Like, all of these people, like, they literally were tearing off thatched roofs in Ireland and letting families fucking freeze to death because they couldn't pay their taxes to their landlords. Like, let's pay attention to the whole history and go all the way back, because colonization started way fucking before America. So, like, when they got here, they are already the exploited. You're not sending your high class, aristocratic people across the fucking seas to look for spices, because that's what they were originally doing, right? Like, let's go to India, go find some spices, get rich. You're going to send the fucking who you feel are the degenerates, who you feel are disposable, and who's that? The poor. The same thing that we do with the military today. The same thing that we do with the police today. We exploit the poor. We don't give a fuck. We figure they're expendable. They can die for us to get rich. That's the ethos. That's the underlying ethos of capitalism and, unfortunately, America.
Country,
so
right.
we don't get to love this country and not hold it accountable.
Like, so that's what I was saying is that's the point I was making, is that I do love this country, and I feel like as doing that, it means being honest about who we are, right? And like and how we've gotten to where we are. Because if you're not doing that, that's not like that. I don't know what that is, but it's nonsense. But like that was the point where I was getting to. I wasn't trying to make it this glory story. I was saying is that I don't hate this country. When I say these things, like saying no, it's rooted in this, or the fact that like I have this thing that anybody talk about what's set in the Constitution is irrelevant to me, because the Constitution still has parts, even if there's amended, calls me 3/5 of a human being. Like
that part.
So like, do I consider that a sacred document? You know, like no. And so that's my point, is that my pushbacks do not come from a place of hate. It comes from a place of like, but that those same people, those impoverished people, were like, we can do better. And like, I hold on to that. Like, there's the ever enduring optimist in me. Like, I hold on to the we can do better. And in order to do better, we have to be honest about where we're fucking up.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm also reading. For some reason, the Facebook comments aren't coming up on here. So, like, I am trying to also, like, siphon myself through that. And yes, to all of that, I agree fully, right? Like, because we can't say that we want to build back better or whatever the fuck new language that somebody in charge is going to do if we don't take a look at the whole thing, right? Like, because it is a relationship, right? Like, I don't get to, and it shifts every single time. Like, but you can't move forward until there's accountability. Like, you can't turn around and say, like, you've always exploited the poor. You literally fucking trafficked human beings. Like, slavery was absolutely legal all around the world. That's not chattel slavery. I need motherfuckers to Google, okay? Like, and if you don't know the difference between slavery, as in, like, because I'm Irish too, so like when the Irish are like, we were slaves, like, if you don't know the difference of indentured servitude slavery and chattel slavery, you don't have the fucking depth or the range. And I say that every single time. There's a difference between slavery before it became slavery in America. Chattel slavery is not the slavery that was times all over the world. We know slavery happens. We're not negating that. We're saying chattel slavery only happened here in America and only happened to Black people. Let's be very clear about that. So now that that's clear, and they can go Google for a moment, you don't get to turn around and not embrace all of the truths of this country. You can't build back better. You can't make America great again. You can't do shit until you really like those founding fathers, like what we're talking about, right? Like, these poor, exploited people came to a land, obviously, murder, genocide, kill people. They were coming from and I'm going to sit down and say, like I always say, poverty breeds violence. If you've ever lived in abject poverty, you understand the people that came to this country. They came from cold ass Europe, where they had nothing, where the British were literally fucking starving every fucking body, and very much let them eat the cake and fucking hot water and bread if they were lucky. You know what I'm saying? Like, there should have never been a famine in a fucking country that gets 320 days of rain a year. It's ever fucking green in Ireland. That was forced starvation from the Brits, which they still fucking occupy Ireland. That's another thing I get pissed off about, but we're going to keep it to America. Anyway, so like, you have to really like, you got to get to the root of all of those things, right? Like poverty breeds violence. So you got a bunch of poor, exploited people that ain't never seen nothing like this. Green, lush lands, foods they've never encountered, people they've never encountered. And hey, man, if it's you or me, you gotta go. Because if I gotta, if I have to make, that's poverty. I grew up in abject poverty. I grew up in the South Bronx. Yeah, like it's me or you. And if you gotta die so I can eat, like this was not a settling situation. Like coming up on this Thanksgiving holiday, this wasn't like these weren't. They were savages. The poor people were savages because they were fucking starving and hungry. And like, hey, poverty breeds violence. So you get this, and then literally, like I said all of this to get back to the cameraman's comment, the land that America is built, the land that is America is built on the bones of the people it was stolen from, and the economy is built on the bones of the enslaved. Everything great about America is built on the back of others. And when you really just accept that, like, hey, it's okay, we can do this,
but hold on,
you will accept it and not erase it.
I think where I disagree with that is that I don't other the people who it was stolen from or the enslaved people. See, like that is part of what I say, what I love about America. I think this is a very important thing, is that we do this thing often where we other people who aren't white as being like hashtag American. I mean, or they're hyphenated American, right? And so like, right. I'm not saying I love white America. Like I'm not saying that. I'm saying I love I love the contributions and the evolution of what Black people were able to do after chattel slavery. I love the way that the native people to this land hold on to their heritage despite an entire like world powers trying to eliminate it for centuries. I love that. I love that about America. So when I say I love America, that is included. That is what I love. I don't love the oppression and stuff like that. I love the fact that people in the US continuously push to be better. That is what I'm invested in. And so that's the people that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the powers.
See, but the cameraman, America will fall in the same way that all empires have, the British Empire, the Ottoman Empire, and the Roman Empire. So I have my own theory in regard to that. Like for me, the Roman Empire rebranded itself into the British Empire, right? Because at one point in time, they owned that motherfucker too. So I think that they just really became the British and then just continued their reign. I don't think it ever fell. Right? Like the Roman Catholic Church is the seat of the fucking Roman army.
Right.
80% of people are still fucking Catholic. The Roman Empire did not
never
die.
ended. Right.
Never ended. It rebranded similar to how we were talking. Like we can go full circle in energies, like slavery rebranded into prison industrial complex, right? Like literally the Roman fucking army is the Roman Catholic Church. I don't understand how people don't make that connection, or if they don't see, and that's fair, right? Because I recognize when I moved to the South is that a lot of people are like not Catholic in the same way. Like Laura is Italian, I grew up Irish Catholic, and that shit is like an ethno religion.
And I live in Louisiana, so like,
oh yeah, and you live in Louisiana in parishes. Hello. Catholic. Like,
oh no, so I mean, like the Catholic calendar dictates our local calendar. Like, right. Whether you're Catholic or not, you know, I thought everybody celebrated Lent. Like, I thought. Like, you know, like I just thought, and then when I found, I was like, wait, what? I don't know. That threw me. That was the thing that threw me. So yeah.
But like exactly when you're exposed to that much Catholicism in your life, like these three different ranges of it, right? Like you got a whole like definitely did my sacraments. I'm sure Laura did her sacraments. Maybe Shamika, did you grow up Catholic or just being surrounded by Catholicism?
The way Catholicism happens here is that like you go to your friend's confirmation, like kind of like I guess maybe it is like with being like Jewish in New York. Like even if you're not Jewish, you know more about Jewish culture than people who don't live in New York.
And
so
like
that's how it is about Catholic culture here is like
Right.
I've never taken sacraments because I'm not Catholic, so I've attended
Right.
mass. I've attended lots of masses, but I've just respected that because I'm not Catholic. So like,
Right.
you know, I've never gone to confession, but like, my godmother is Catholic, so like
Right.
she goes to mass several days a
I'm
week.
listening to you. I'm reading the Facebook comments, so that wasn't a like for
No,
you to
but
stop
I was just
talking.
saying,
Okay, but hold on.
that
Let me
was
get back to the whole Catholic thought, and then I'm gonna read this. Is that like literally, if you guys Google the papal bull, just Google that for your own shits and giggles. Just Google that. Go through that. That is literally the fucking Pope sanctioning the murders and mass killing and literally sanctioned manifest destiny. The Catholic Church is the Catholic is the Roman army. That's why it's called the Roman Catholic Church.
Right.
It literally is in Italy in like its own fucking bubble. It has its own laws. It is the seat of its own fucking government. And there is nothing higher in the fucking land.
And has
So like,
access to every state of power. Like US.
not only that, like let's talk about the magic that it has. It literally, if you follow the Catholic Church, you will see it's literally, if you go by the liturgical Catholic calendar, you could literally fucking pinpoint their
It's a pagan
colonization.
calendar. It just totally
It is every single fucking country that they walked into. Do you know that we're the country that calls it colonization? Every fucking where else calls it Christianization. If you step out of this country, we say it's colonizing, right? Go to Australia, go to Ireland. They're going to tell you it was the Christianization of a nation because that's what they did. They came in and they Christianized and they took from the people their culture and they gave them Christianity and they gave them whiteness. And they continued on with that until they got to lands. And then they got so goddamn big that the only way to other people that were melanated were creating white black. Because obviously there's black Irish people, there's melanated Irish people in Ireland, right? Like I'm Irish. I don't look like whatever version America has told you what Irish looks like, but I'm no fucking less Irish than my blonde-headed fucking green-eyed cousin Kristen.
Right.
We got our mamas and sisters. Like, that's how that works. You know what I'm saying? Like, but we have this view on what was created, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that was Christianization, and that papal bull sanctioned manifest destiny, and that is where you created like white and black to like, separate those spaces. Guys, I'm gonna read these Facebook things. Go.
This is why everything is inner child work with me, right? Because
yes, girl. You know what I mean. You know.
Yeah, I know. That is not permission for anybody else to do that. Desert's my friend. Like,
yes, like in real life.
And so she gets grace. But everybody else, like, they them keep it tight. All right, anyway.
That's the damn truth.
What?
Everything that made them great was built on the backs of others they stole from, and once there wasn't anything left to steal, they could no longer survive, and they collapse under. But they don't collapse; they just rebrand.
So this is what I'm speaking to. Okay, is the cyclical nature is that this oppressive force, right? Like this is why sometimes I even get frustrated when people get bogged down into like, is it misogyny? Is it trans antagonism? Is it white supremacy? And it's to me, it's like it is the same like generational wounds as a world, like as a people, as a collective, as a planet that we haven't resolved, which is why these cycles are able to perpetuate. And so like that is so important to me because like once you do a certain level of healing, then you have no desire to oppress other people because you don't like you're not living in this deficit, lack, hurt place.
But that's like, the pedagogy of the oppressed, right? Oppressed people want to oppress people. Right. When you're liberated, you want to liberate others, right? Amanda says, this reminds me of a conversation I had with my dad as a kid. He explained to me that everything comes down to the haves and have-nots and resources. This is abundance versus scarcity mindset at the root of oppression, if it's boiled down. Because the people with the resources are the ones with the power and privilege. So my answer was, yeah, because I grew up learning that the only color that matters is green. And it's true. Now, where you get into the nuance of it is how literally the system has kept wealth out of Black hands. Like done systemic stuff to keep Black people in poverty because that's where their power comes from. And absolutely, it is their scarcity. They are running, that's that epigenetic trauma, right? Like that's that DNA shit. Like, you know, like your ancestors came here with nothing.
Or if we
like they're hoarding it all because it can all go away anytime. And like, you don't need $1 billion, my man. Like, you couldn't spend that in 50 fucking lifetimes. Like, you just don't.
This is something, okay, so we talk about the epigenetic trauma that happens to Black people after 500 years from chattel slavery.
I talk about it for white people.
Hold on, no. But I'm saying, imagine living in Europe, what we call Europe, the Caucasus region, which is the most scarce outside of the poles, right? Is the most scarce regions historically. I'm talking about for the evolution of humanity.
Oh, yeah.
Of the world, to where like they actually, their bodies adapted to the lack of sun. Like, so just say that, like, we, you know, their bodies fucking evolutionary adapted to be able to get more vitamin D because there wasn't enough sun. So when we talk about scarcity being a real thing and epigenetic trauma being a real thing, and this scarcity, like, you know, all of this is real. Like, I think this comes from a real place. Like this, I really believe this comes from real wounds that were never dealt with. Huh?
I do too. That's like that, but that's why we do the work that we do. That's the whole point of the community, is because like, and that's why like I rage on TikTok, because I'm like, no, first of all, you can't be a fucking ally. You can't save yourself. Shut up. White feminism hasn't done a fucking thing for white women, but made them white men. Okay. It took you out of the home and now you got to work 2 and 3 fucking jobs. Your white feminist movement literally made us have to fucking work harder. Stop talking. Like, I
was like, you said made them white men, but white men don't have to do the emotional labor and domestic labor that they're still doing. So like,
they don't, but they like to boss babe it up because they think that they could fucking literally like shift it. They don't want to end the patriarchy. They want to control the fucking patriarchy. And it's like, look, it's not working because you're not dealing with your own trauma, right? Like, this is why I get into like why white people need ancestral healing, because you're not getting into your own trauma, right? Like you use this badge of like, you know, you separate yourself from the system of whiteness here in America by saying, oh, I'm this, I'm Irish, I'm German, I'm Italian, but you don't know shit. Like, I'm on TikTok literally schooling people about Ireland who are white, talking about their Irish, to the point that the Irish in Ireland are like, shut the fuck up. She's Irish. Like, you are not Irish. You are American, because you don't know shit about your country or what the fuck is going on. And it's like, they're clinging, they're constantly grabbing, seeking. And this is why appropriation gets so much. Like, they just want to belong. They want to feel something. And it's like, yo, step back and heal your shit, own your shit, and you're going to be fine if you deal with that. Now, back to what you were saying. Yes, because the scarcity in Europe since forever, right? Like, the whole idea of like they crawled out of the caves, and like literally when you go to the Horn of Africa and all of these other places where melanated people had mathematics and warmth and abundance and minerals, and like, so we are an abundant people on that end, right? Like, so like, we don't understand this scarcity that you're having, right? Like, the natives that lived here, because everybody's indigenous to somewhere. I think that sometimes we also get that confused. Like, we only think of indigenous, and you know, I can't say that word. Say the word for me. Indigeneity.
Indigeneity.
Right? Is that how you say it? Shamika, don't play with me. You know what I'm talking
about. Oh, the hell if I know. Like, indigenous, like, I don't know. You know,
I think that's the noun. I think that's the,
I don't know. I have an issue with think about indigenous people as people here in America that were colonized by white people. But everybody's indigenous to somewhere. Because I also like Shamika's view on the fact that like nobody owns land. Like, you belong to the land. So like, I agree with that. I align with that. And like, I'm like, yes, that makes complete sense. And everybody was indigenous to some land, and everybody had their own practices. And I don't know how the fuck we got this far back, but
even this, everybody had migration. Like, people, if we can say that we all started in Africa, for us to populate the world, we migrated. To bring this full circle is I think no, this is full circle. This is why I made the
This is the conversations.
No, it's
These
because
what it is.
I'm so frustrated of these like bite-sized conversations that don't take in the totality of why are people defensive? Like people who have come here and been like, America, the laws are free, or it just takes good people. Listen, my dad, who like I was just recording a podcast that I'm watching soon, but I was just recording a
Hey, is that the
podcast.
one with you and Mikhail?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Plug it.
MBTI from your not white, not guys.
Hey.
But yeah, so
I like that. That is so fucking cool. I like that. Okay, go.
Thank you. But yeah, so we were thinking, we were talking about, and I was talking about the negatives about my dad, and Mikkel was like, wait a minute, when you talk about your dad, you like talk about him like you adore him and admire him. I was like, I do. I'm just telling you the whole story of it. But like my dad, like probably favorite person in my life other than my son. You know, he's passed and he was a cop, right? And we talked face on, like, what makes you think this is a good decision, right? But so I see the humanity of, I'm really good at seeing the full humanity of everyone in all of these situations. I also think that sometimes we have to like, I don't really believe in good or bad people. I believe that people do the best they can with what they have. And if we
the information, right? Like,
well, that's what they have: the capacity, the information, the support.
It literally informs you. Like that's that
it creates who you are. Yeah.
Inform. So like what you've been through, your lived experiences inform you of stuff. So your brain is going to react or respond to those things, right? Like there's no escaping that. Like that's it. And we need like full circle, full breath conversations. Like you said, it can't be just bite size. Like, oh, he got off because he's white. Now I don't like the word privilege just like you don't. But like for me, privilege is literally like my simple way of explaining it is it's the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Like if you are white, your privilege is literally you will get the benefit of the doubt. And because we live in such a fucking binary energetic field in this world, black, white, man, woman, child, adult, like there's no circle. There's literally no, there's no circular energy.
Y'all live in that. I don't live in that.
You know what the fuck I'm saying, person? Like, because it's such a binary societal code that we've agreed to, right? Like the new agreements, old agreements, there's no room for secular motion, right? Gay, straight, like that's like a whole fucking circle, my dude. Like black, white, lots of shit going on in a circle. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when you have these binary energetic fields, like these blinders, like aren't they similar to blinders? You really can't see outside of anything else. And it's like, this is why we keep getting stuck. Your privilege is literally the benefit of the doubt. And then conversely, if you have the benefit of the doubt as a person that is melanated, I have assumed the worst. Because that's how this works, right? Like you were saying, like the good, the bad, the, like evil, not evil. Like I don't necessarily particularly think that somebody who says racist shit is a bad person. I think they're dumb and uninformed. And like we can
I think they're racist. I think that's just it. They're racist.
And I think they're racist.
Right.
But I also think that some of them can learn because again, back to the information, right? Now there's some people I won't waste the energy, right? Like some people are actively racist people. And then there's some people that literally uphold racist systems because they're stupid or they don't have the information that they need. And if you're willing to listen to the information, hey, I'm here for that. If you're not and you're stuck in that, fuck you, you're a racist. And I'm not going to waste my breath. Have a nice day. But like, that's what privilege is for me. If you're white in America, you get the benefit of the doubt. It's that simple. It has nothing to do with your money or you get the benefit of the doubt.
I think the reason why I don't like privilege is because, when you dive deep, is the systems that seem to benefit whatever demographic robs them of their humanity. That is what they get in exchange for the benefit of the doubt. And like, to me, I'm like, if you call that a privilege, God bless you. And so that is my thing, is that like, that's what you get back. Like when you give up your privilege, you get your connection to the rest of humanity is what you get. And it's a beautiful
I was
thing.
just having this conversation with a client last night. I was like, liberation is like, I like the Matrix. So I told them part of their homework, because we're, you know how we do when we have clients and we do like, here, do this because it's going to work. I'm like, watch the Matrix, right? And like really think about it and apply it to your fucking life. Like literally think about the words like unplugging, right? Like, and yeah, it's gray, it's dull, and you're eating fucking gruel every single morning in your fucking tattered shards of clothes and sleeping in bunkers, and you could literally plug back in and fucking fuck the lady in the red dress, right? Like, and have the nice car and eat steak and all of these things. Or you could fast forward to like part 3 in the Matrix, like when they're dancing in the Nebuchadnezzar and they're like free and nobody's watching and they are just like stomping and it's hot and it's sweaty. And then like they flash to like Neo and they're like fucking like God is never coming back. And I'm like, that's liberation. So it sucks. It's uncomfortable, but you're gonna like fuck and dance and like and just be fucking really free. Like, or you could plug in and like hate your life and eat your fake steak. I don't know what the fuck you want me to tell you. That's what you got. That's it.
You can be numb or you can be alive.
Correct.
And so the thing is that when you lose your numbness, then you start to experience all the pain that you had been numbing. But the thing is what I love is that I've learned through my research is that you cannot selectively numb. And what that means is you cannot numb the pain and also without numbing the joy. You cannot numb the pain without numbing the connection. And so the problem is that we have this culture of numbing, and what we desperately desire is connection. But we're too afraid to feel the pain of reality so that we can cross that bridge to connection, right? And so I think that's what, like when some of the comments when they were saying like, oh, this person, what I really heard or what I really felt in like my energy was like, yeah, but it's not that bad. Like, we're not bad people. Can you see me? Can you also? And I'm like, I do. And because I respect you, because I see you and respect you, I'm saying, yo, pay attention, right? Like this, we're not actually living this nonsense.
Right. Like this is not living. Like it's not like, and this is like bringing it back full circle to me, like with allyship. Cause like I was talking in a group that I was in Facebook, and I'm like, y'all are exhausting, like actively fucking exhausting, because you're given continuous opportunities to do the fucking bare minimum. And I'm telling you, like, if you like, you know how I pull all together all my Christian witchiness, right? Like, and like I put my Christianity teachings and my Catholicism, because that is magical as fuck. I don't know about you, but if you've been to a Catholic church, it's a lot of blood sacrificing going on. Like, and candle lighting
and incense. No,
incense and saints and shit. Like, so like I bring all of that together, and it's like, for me, I'm like, yo, it's literally like the fucking Bible verse that like, if you come walk with me, I will walk with you the second mile. But like, it's getting you motherfuckers to walk is what's exhausting, because it's like, yo, I will lead you. I will take you out of the fucking desert, the desert of your pain, the desert of why people don't trust me, why don't they like me, is because you don't fucking show up for yourself. So you can't help me. You don't show up for your own liberation. How the fuck do you think I'ma believe you're gonna show up for mine?
Right.
You can't get yourself free emotionally, spiritually, physically, but you're going to be an ally for me. Like, to me, that shit upholds white supremacy on a whole other fucking energetic level. Like, Laura can't do a fucking thing for me because she looks like that. Like,
right.
That's wild to me. And it's an unfair expectation to put and place on her when she can't even figure out her own fucking life. And as Black people, we have a much deeper connection. Like when we were back to that full circle of that abundance, that's already embedded in our DNA. That's encoded in who we are. Connection, community, abundance. Yes. That is who the fuck we are. You know what I'm saying? What we're trying to do is like, we need to be y'all allies. Like,
real shit. I think
real shit is y'all need black allies, and your proximity to us is worth a fucking shit ton more than my proximity to you.
Right? My proximity to you introduces me to abuse. Your proximity to me introduces you to liberation. It is not a fair exchange.
Look, we can set you free, but you can't do a fucking thing for me. Like, stop it. Stop the lies. This whole world is fucking inside out, based on lies of white people. Like, it's an absolutely insane thing. So bringing it full circle back to the Rittenhouse thing is like, I'm not mad that he got off. I'm mad that a motherfucker like me probably wouldn't have made it to trial. Like, or if I made it to trial, you are so full of your implicit fucking bias that has been put forth to you generationally, you can't believe that I would actively be in fear of my life.
Des, I want to I don't know if you can bring up the comment. Jordan Esquire said, because it's in relation to what you just said. Crap, I don't know. I just found it. He said it was talking about in regard to good people.
Jordan. Good people.
Okay, by good people in this context, I meant people without prejudice or implicit biases. No such person exists.
Right.
As a person who like, that is where my academic background is in sociology.
That is it.
No human on earth.
They don't exist, and it's okay. So Shamika and I, Jordan, I'm gonna cut them off for just a second. Shamika and I had an awesome conversation where we were just talking about things, and I was like, I'm a horrible person, right? And people that follow me are like, oh my God, Des is so dope. Like, she does so much for community, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I'm a terrible fucking person. Like, and I'm okay with that, right? Like, I'm okay with that because, like, I joke about it because it also gives somebody freedom, right? Like, I share the shit talking about my kids. I'm like, fuck these kids. Like, my whole energy is fuck these kids. Anybody that's been around me knows I absolutely fucking adore my kids. And not in that like obligatory parental, you should love your kids, because no, fuck your kids. I actually like them as individuals, all 4 of them, even the fucking eldest that don't talk to me no more. Fuck her, still like her. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, those are my babies, and they're amazing human beings, every single one of them. And I like them as people. But there's nobody that exists without implicit biases, right? Like, I literally wanted to do a course. If you say something, it's gonna give you something, right? Like, if you see a man walking down the street in a tutu with fucking rainbow hair, he is gay. Probably wasn't even the first word you chose. It wasn't the first word that came up in my mind. What makes me doing the work is that instead of using the word that initially came to my mind, I'm like, oh, that man is gay. Then what makes the work deeper is that man is just maybe expressing themselves. Then what makes my work go deeper is that may not be a man at all. That's just a human having fun and having a human experience. And that's the levels of
that does. Okay, so let me tell you, this is why we've been talking about like the black and white thing. This is the reason why I've actually realized that my identity is more deeply rooted in my queerness and my transness than racially, because it's not like that queerness makes me special or transness makes me special. It is that I have done so much self-integration and so much self-interrogative. I've interrogated my beliefs and who I am so much, right? That when I see that person, I literally see a person wearing clothes. I don't even label it, but it's not because no, but it's not even because, oh, I'm so much better. It is because that is my struggle, right? Is that people see me, they gender my clothing, they label my clothing according to their own system. And so I think this is so I will say this to Jordan Esquire. I am trans, I am queer, I am Black, I am pan, I am poly, I am disabled. I have a lot of marginalizations and I still have privilege, right? So I still have implicit biases. I still have a US passport. Okay, let me tell you, that shit is gold. I have, because like, you don't know that until you don't have a US passport. I can go to any country basically on this earth, right? That everybody on this earth doesn't have that privilege. So the reason why I hate when Dad says that she's a horrible person, but Dad and I speak differently. She just speaks in outrageous sound bites. Man, she's so provocative.
This one for you. Can you see my whole camera? Oh,
but no, but like, because Des Des is a whole person. That's what I feel like. I
that is what it is. And that's just what I want other people to do, is that like, it's cool. Like you are a multitude of yous.
Right.
And yous are happening and existing at all times, right? Like you do inner child work. Like the 11-year-old me that was damaged still exists, right?
Yes.
And like that person still exists. And when I had to go deep into my inner child work, I had to go talk to little Des, right? And be like, yo, you're safe. I got you now. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that half-out was still running the program. I was a 30-something-year-old woman, but I was running with my 11-year-old trauma. There are a multitude of yous and many versions of you. And this idea, like people are hustling healing and hustling spirituality, like you could get rid of that. That's not shadow work. Shadow work is integration. Like I'm still that fucking person that, yes, poverty has created spaces where I would be violent. Still that person. Put me in the right situation. And I'm okay with that, right? I'm also still that enlightened being that went and traveled places and had spiritual moments. I'm all of these people. I'm a mother. Like it's that, what's that song? I want to cue the song. Alexa. No, like you're a multitude.
Des, I think the beauty is that, like, for instance, we could talk about like our own biases, our implicit biases. Like I am classist, right? Like it's something
as fuck.
I really am. But like you're talking to you helps me identify that. I mean, not that I didn't know. I told you, like how you said you're a fucking horrible person. I announced myself as a classist because I'm.
You
pretty
sure did. With pride. You should be ashamed.
I'm not. I do, but you do like help me recognize, like help.
Cameraman said you don't need a passport. You just need money. No, you need a passport, fam.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about like real shit. Let's talk about people like drug cartels. They have a lot of money and the US will kill them on sight. So no.
Yeah, you need a passport. You definitely need a passport.
Yeah, that passport means a lot. And this is a thing that, especially for people who are marginalized in the US, I really want them to recognize like a global sort of sense. Like there are so many places in this world to where our horribleness is like what they strive for. And we can both talk about like how horrible chattel slavery is and talk about how it is by default to expect to live in a place that has running water. Like it's literally illegal to have children.
Let me tell you something, honey bunny. So this is where my class is. You see, even my voice changed. My pipers in my tiny house. And I was like, I need the plumber now. How am I supposed to live without fucking running water? And I was like, Jesus, how? I mean, I definitely recognize the privilege. That's why, like, I hate these people. Like, if you don't love it, leave it. And by the way, I was definitely that American. Like, if you don't love this country, get the fuck out of it. I was definitely that person. Now I'm like, no, I love this motherfucker. And like you said earlier, I think it could be better because there's nowhere else aside from Ireland that I really ever want to live, ever. And I've been a couple places, couple countries.
There's a lot of places I want to visit. I actually like living in the US. And so I say all of that is that it's for me, what I really desire, the takeaway from like this Rittenhouse verdict is to go ahead and go lean past that plug-in response, like you're talking about when you're plugged in. Lean past that response. Lean past that and acknowledge that the discomfort you feel is the price for the eternal liberation on the other side of that. And I'm not saying that you don't have to stay in the work, but I'm saying like each time you do an aspect, you liberate an aspect of yourself, there is so much freedom that's waiting for you on the other side of that. So and like,
I said, it's so beautiful. Come join us in the water.
Yeah. And so I'm gonna put Des on blast. I feel like sometimes I come off as like the sensitive one on this, but like Des is just as okay. This is my perspective, but that's because Des, like you always cussing people out and telling people to shut the fuck up. But in truth, Des, Laura. I'm not talking to Des because Laura, whatever. Isn't Des one of the sweetest, most kind?
Amen. We gotta stop talking like that here on this motherfucking live. 'Cause I'm a goddamn gangster.
Isn't she a sweetie pie?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I see both sides to that,
Thank you,
the
Laura.
gangster side and the
Balance
sweet
it.
side.
Balance
She a
it.
gangster teddy bear. Now let me don't get it mixed up. I think I wouldn't play games with her. Like don't get me twisted. But
These are
I
wise
still
choices. These
But
are
no,
wise.
you are sweet, Desiree. No, she is.
yes.
Desiree is sweet. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
didn't mean.
thank y'all. Thank
Ah.
y'all. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Back to your point now. Get me off of that. I don't like that type of shit. Go ahead, go.
I know you don't.
Continue. Continue. What you were saying.
I don't know. That's what was on my heart. I just wanted to celebrate the sweetness of you. I don't think people get that. And
I appreciate that. Like seriously, thank you. I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm not good with that though. No, right.
not to negate anything, like I completely believe you. Well, I'm online, but I believe the hardness. I just know the softnesses.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They both exist, but like right, it goes back to like the multitudes of you. Like
Right.
they do absolutely.
Yes, when
exist.
y'all said that just a few minutes ago, I was sitting here like,
Those are very real things. Like you know what I'm saying? Like that
to
you are
embrace all parts
absolutely
of
correct.
yeah.
All the
So like,
parts.
look, we
It's a
haven't talked
blessing.
to Laura, but we have like a whole white ass woman right here.
She's Italian
Huh?
and Irish. She's
Yeah,
Italian
but
and Irish.
I understand what you're saying, but like for the context of everyone else.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, there I go.
Okay, right.
Just
But
like-
why I say that because Laura, no, Laura is amazing. Like y'all, like Laura is so
Mhm.
amazing. She is your everyday person that you would meet, but she is
She
like
is.
so committed. Like she is the real shit, right? Like she's so committed to her getting her own shit together. Like, and not just for herself, but for all of us, like recognizing that like a healthy her, a liberated her creates a liberated us. Like
Yes.
I like I just wanted to talk to you. Like say like we actually have a person here who's dope, who does the work, you know what I'm saying, who lives in doing the work.
And shows up consistently to
Yes.
anything. Everything consistently. Like we have a few that's in there, but since we have Laura here, like yeah,
Right here,
so spotlight on Laura. Like you do show up consistently, right? Like, and that's what it. And you show up flawed, and that's cool, right? Because like we're all that. That's the problem. Is that there's this idea, right? Like, oh, like I'm better than you because I'm leading this community, this healing space, or Shameka, you know, is leading with me and doing inner child. And it's like, no, what we're saying is hey, this is what we did.
Yeah.
And this shit works. Let me help you help us.
But
You
I
know
also want Laura to sort of be an inspiration, maybe for other, like especially white people who are watching, to be like, there are spaces where you can enter and do this work like in a comprehensive way and be like your whole self, like right, because there's all this guilt and defensiveness, and I'm like, there's ways to do this work to where like I mean, tell me, Lord, and call us out if it's wrong. I feel like we work together, like you know what I mean. Like I feel like when we enter these spaces, there is a very real recognition of our shared humanity, so we can get into the nitty gritty and we can be accountable and we can talk about hard things, because at the end of the day, everybody is going to be loved and affirmed as a human being first and foremost, and that is like what's going to get us.
Matters.
That's
the connection, though. Like that's
and
the
I
connection,
was
right?
yeah, I was gonna say if it's okay for me to mention what you said, what was it, a few minutes ago, where you said, when you said, ally, you said it's not that we need these, you white women or white people as allies, because you need to fix your own shit first. You know what I mean? Well, then when you said something interesting, when you said really, and I'm paraphrasing, you said something like, I'm being blessed, me as a white person, so to speak, is being blessed by being in proximity to y'all. So I will speak on that if it's okay, and say that spiritually, yes, and yes. So, because where I was raised, and where I was raised was kind of like a small town that was a largely percent white. But then being in Rhode Island, it's just a 30-minute drive and I'd be in the hood. And as an older woman, I had friends in the hood and all that. It's just where I went to church and where I was, all that. So it's not even about, I just said all that to say that what happened for me is I was around a lot of Black people in church and singing in choirs where I was the only white person, just all this stuff. And I'm not saying all that to just tell my life story, but the healing that I experienced. So here's what's ironic, not ironic, because it's not just a race. This is a class thing. So I was an AmeriCorps member, and I was working with youth that were in the projects in Rhode Island, where I'm from, at a school. And it was during that time they invited me. Well, no, someone else invited me to their church, and some of my students were there. And that church and the people there greatly, and the messages helped me in an extreme different way than the Catholic church I had been raised in. So it was like what was happening was not everything is money. These were poor people. And again, this isn't just race, and this is a class thing, I guess, because they were from the projects or whatever. But like their church and their families, because they'd have me over and everything, bless me spiritually. And that the difference in cultures that I experienced bless me spiritually, and like just to become whole and all that, way more than the quote unquote white culture that I came from. I know there's all different people and everything, but it was like, wow, I can be myself more was my main thing. But also just so much I've learned. Right? So much I've learned.
That's the system of whiteness, though. Like, that's exactly what it is, right?
And for me, the capitalism and the classist stuff tie in so much. Because
it that is the system of whiteness. Like literally, it's not even like it's so specific how it was created here in America, right? Like, so it is true that there was religious persecution, right? Because multiple truths exist. Because people it was because back to the Roman fucking Catholic Church being so violent and being like colonizing, that those that were like Catholic lights, that's what I call the Lutherans, and
wait, the what? Sorry, the what?
The Catholic lights are the Lutherans. So that's how my mom.
Oh, okay.
The Lutherans, and the Puritans. They really did need to get the fuck out of England, because if you were not fucking Catholic, you were gonna die. Like, that was it. Like, when you're talking about like their crusades and all of those
Catholics are still like that. Like, it's so funny.
They are still like that.
Because when I go to other like faiths ceremonies, I partake fully, right? Right. It is only within Catholicism that I do not take communion, because I don't want the shit that will come because I am not baptized Catholic. Like, let me tell you, like, I just know, like, it's all good. Yeah. They're happy to have me. They love me, will hug me, and be excited that I'm there, as long as I don't think that I'm about to go.
Yes, that's true. My mom always points that out. You can't take it unless you're Catholic, the communion. And because I converted to Protestant. Yeah, because I converted to Protestant, and then I married my husband, who was a Protestant pastor. I mean, now we're divorced, but, we always went to Protestant churches, me and the kids. So as an adult, I was Protestant. But now I don't really go to church at all. But I lost where I was going with that. Oh, yeah. If we go visit, them in Rhode Island, and we go into church, my mom was like, really supposed to take the communion. And I'm like, I know. And we just sat, and it's like, what the heck? Like, the body of Christ, it's supposed to be everyone, whatever. But
no, but that's what formed the system of whiteness, right? Like, that is it. It's like, when we go back to the root of it, is like I said, everywhere else calls it a Christianization. So when the Protestants fled from actual religious persecution, this is not negating. Again, when you start healing, you just speak about things as matter of fact, right? Like, it's like, and nothing is just one thing. So yes, multiple truths exist. So when they came over here, right, they were fleeing.
You're not emotionally invested in the oppressed.
Because I'm not.
No, I'm just saying that, like, you can talk about all the oppressions that people live.
All of the oppressions are real, right?
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And that's just it. So when they came over here, the truth of the matter was they were fleeing from the fucking crazy ass Catholics. Just in case. Let me get my rosary. But they were fleeing from like religious persecution, because the Catholics, again, Roman Catholic fucking church is the Roman army and violent. They were fleeing. And so when they created this system, they mimicked a system, because you just put one thing on top of another. Like, because it just makes sense. Like, it's like reinventing the wheel. Why do that? Just make a different kind of a wheel, like a thicker tread or a different kind of fucking rim. Like, you don't reinvent the wheel. So when they came here, they made this system literally created for cisgendered, heterosexual, white, Christian, Protestant men.
Yep.
That's it. So, like, if you are white, you need to fit into that fucking form, right? So, like, anything outside of that literally is marginalized.
Mm-hmm.
And how many of them had to mask to get through? Are you telling me every fucking white-bodied male that came over here was actually a man, was actually a fucking Protestant, actually a fucking Christian, actually fucking straight, like actually wanted a wife? Like, and then you start thinking about all of those things, right? You had to own property. Do you know that white men couldn't even vote in this country if they didn't own property? Like, capitalism created all of this. So, like, so how do you make property with poor people? These were poor people. Oh, wife, people become property. Wife, lands, and fucking kidnap victims, like enslaved African. Like, this is how you create property. So you have generations of white men who probably had to ask, because not everybody was fucking hetero or wanted a wife. Like, marriage is not for everybody. So now they're forced to take care of this chick and all the fucking brood that she's done had. Right. And like, and then maybe they didn't even want children. Some people don't want fucking children. Right. But like, again, our property, because now you could barter these kids, right? Like, I could like marry my son to, you know, I can marry my daughter to Shamika's son. So now they're forced to be hetero and my fucking religion and all of that. And that's how you create and keep colonization going. And that's how you create wealth. So even if we don't have money, but Shamika got 5 acres, I got 5 acres and a cow, if we force our kids to get married, hey, we got 10 acres and 2 cows. We're straight, right? And like, you start amassing.
I think the language we use is important. I actually don't find that to be wealth. I think that's important so that we can retain wealth consciousness while saying that that's actually just a manifestation of scarcity. It's hoarding, right? Like,
oh yeah, I'm just talking about from their language.
Oh, from their language. Yeah.
No, I don't agree that that's wealth, right? Like, because when we're talking about like wealth in the true sense of abundance, right? Like, we literally fucking sterilize trees, bro. Like, let's just start there. Let's just take one thing. We literally plant trees in this country that are sterilized to not produce fruit. Yeah. Like, literally, our idea of wealth is literally so deeply ingrained and embedded in scarcity. We actually strip things away from creating abundance in order to create wealth. So no, I was using their language of idea of wealth. The truth of the matter is like, that's not it. That's absolute scarcity and like fear that we'll never have anything again. So we have to amass and hoard. And that is what we still see playing out today.
So Des, I have a question. What do you say to the people and the experiences that they're having with this verdict? Because I mean, I feel like across the board here, we've had I don't know. I don't know what Laura said, but I know that you and I both are kind of like, whatever. Like, it's not.
Yeah, Laura said it felt like a slap in the face, since you missed that beginning. She was like, it just feels like a slap in the face. And for those that, like, Laura is the parent of 6 Black children. So like, for her, like, there's another connection. I don't want anybody to try to drag her later on. She has 6 Black kids, and some of them are sons, or at least present at this moment as Black men. So like, there's a different level of investment.
And she's a white woman who acknowledges racism, so that's especially
right.
Like,
right. So like, so for her, she said that it felt like a slap in the face. Like, y'all could just keep doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I think ultimately,
and I'll also. Well, no, I was also going to add, when you said earlier about, just the differences and stuff. The 13th Amendment, when you said earlier how they didn't end slavery, they just changed it. And it's like, and like you said, how the police go to certain neighborhoods. I've seen that, you know, and my problem is my friend, when I was like 20.
Some of the guys that I grew up with are cops, and I'm like, how? Yo, you guys were fucking criminals.
Yeah, yeah. But
Anyway,
like this one guy was in jail just for getting in a fight. A friend of mine, I was like, because his sister and I went down to see him, and I'm like, what happened? She said he got in a fight, and I'm like, he was locked up like for a few months because of I guess they said assault, but it's like he was in a fight. Meanwhile, I got caught with heroin, and got told the cop threw my license back at me because it had my parents' address on there. I was like 20, and it was that small town. And he said, "Go back to Gloucester," and threw the license at me, like, "Get out of this neighborhood. What are you doing in this neighborhood?" Like, "Oh, just shooting heroin,"
Yeah.
And like, I mean, that was many years ago, and I've been clean for 20 years, but I share it because it's just to see the differences. So I acknowledge because I've seen
a human experience. Back to so that goes right into the conversation of Shamika with the numbing. We need to numb or we need to feel, right? Like it's like that. So like we all choose different vices, right? I smoke cigarettes. I like my whiskey. You know what I'm saying? People shoot heroin. People smoke weed. People fuck. People do all kinds of shit. People bungee fucking jump to just feel something or to not feel anything. So like that's neither here nor there. Like back to the whole like good and evil. That's like, okay, great, you shot heroin. I'm super fucking happier that you're clean now because it just makes you more embodied in yourself. Like that's the highlight of that conversation is you're not doing that and you're living in your body.
Right.
And that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, exactly that, right? Like, yeah, oh, nothing. Like, but that goes back to the implicit bias.
Oh, when we talk about
we have, it's like because we're protecting this white woman. Like, oh my God, are you here with the bad Negroes? And they gave you heroin? Like, well, no, she drove from fucking Rhode Island. Like, she drove 45 minutes to come get high.
Yeah,
we did not do that. Like, what the fuck are you talking about right now? You sound crazy. But those are those biases that people show up with in courts, on juries. They see you and we are the aggressor. Your friend going to jail for a few months just for a fist fight that's like normal in any fucking neighborhood that has any kind of fucking median income and lower is like,
it's not a wealth thing. It's just where it happens is the wealth thing. Everybody fights.
Because like them rich wives of Jersey and shit, they be flipping tables. I'm like, y'all bitches is ghetto. But I'm like,
over nothing. But yeah,
right, over and like fuck all of this shit. They like, so yeah, it's true. But like those are the things, right? Like he looks like the more aggressive one, like because of implicit bias. And unless we actually attack those things, right? So like to answer Shamika's question is like how I feel about this is like the microscope needs to be taken off of like because the juxtaposition that we consistently put is like, I've seen a few of the memes like I want to live in a country where like I think it was like where Kaepernick is a hero and Rittenhouse is a terrorist. And I'm like, no, I don't actually. I definitely fucking don't. I want to live in a country where Kaepernick is not fired for fucking standing up for his beliefs.
I want to live in a country where Kaepernick doesn't need to make a choice between living something. In order to become a professional athlete, you have to be dedicated to that shit for your entire childhood, adolescence, and young adulthood. And to have to give that up, to choose either that or to be seen and affirmed in the fullness of his humanity, right? Like why does he need to be a hero? Like, can he just be a person? And I mean, this Rittenhouse person, I'm anti-prison. As an abolitionist, like, I want him to get some mental health. Like, I really want him to get some mental health stuff, whatever, because there's obviously some issues when you're saying I can't wait to go shoot my AR-15 and shoot people. That is definitely a cry for I need to work some shit out.
I mean, yes. But also, I understand the wanting to go shoot your AR-15, but like there is a whole ass range.
It's the people part, Des. It is not. Davin and I were just talking about going shooting. If he would have said, I have this new AR-15 and I can't wait to go shoot, that is a reasonable statement. When you put people behind it and not like, oh, these people hurt me, I can't wait to hurt them, but like, now I've got this gun, let's go use some live targets. I think that definitely is a cry for, I need some help.
I agree. Hold on, Jessa, my friend Jessa, we went to college together. She said when we went to She was on Joseph E. Lowry, and they asked, "What are you doing in the neighborhood? Like, you don't look like you belong here." And she's like, "Because I'm Romanian and Panamanian and not black." Meanwhile, my kids and I lived in that exact neighborhood, and her kids are black. But that is that bias. Like, that is what we need. For me, the verdict should not be about, we consistently bring this down to one fucking human being. Like, fuck Kyle Rittenhouse. Like, I'm not mad a 17-year-old didn't go to prison for the rest of his life. I have a 17-year-old son. I want to shift the fucking world to a point that no fucking 17-year-old should be looking at the goddamn death penalty or prison for life. Do y'all know what goes on in prison? We're gonna have a whole fucking conversation about that too one day. Like, I don't want nobody in prison.
Right.
I'm really much more for street justice. I'm like, so like, and when people are like, because then people have always like, what about molesters and rapists? No, I think somebody's daddy, uncle, brothers, sisters, aunties, and uncles need to handle homeboy. Like, that's me. But
or if we could really, like, if we actually had rehabilitative services, because there are actually countries.
No, I'm good on that. I'm not. Nope. I have not healed or evolved to that point. I definitely am here for the street justice for sexual assault. That is a hill I'm ready to stand and die on. We could quote this in 2021, and maybe in 10 more years, I'll be more evolved. I'm not.
Well, I will just say that my hope for us all is that we can move from that, and because hurt people. So if we can help the people who are hurting other people heal, then we're helping everyone. I
agree with you.
So yeah, that's where I'm at. So like, that's why I said I feel like I don't really, I'm not numb. I'm just not activated, is really the truth.
Right.
I'm not activated one way or the other, because I don't want him to go to prison. So I'm not mad that he didn't go to prison. Like, this is not George Zimmerman, where I'm like, how the fuck is he not in prison?
Now that's somebody I definitely believe should have gotten street justice, right? Like
he's somebody who I am okay with experiencing the trials of prison. Okay, like,
I'm not though, right? Like, because like, okay,
no,
so
I'm not upholding prison, but I am saying that someone who can. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you the distinction. It's not that he's evil or a horrible person. Is when you have decided that a child is so dangerous that they have to be killed. I want you to go see what danger looks like. So like, that is where I'm coming from in that perspective. Not in like, oh, he's so evil. It's just like, that's what my biggest frustration is, like the vilification of our kids. You know, Chancellor is at this age. Chancellor is a big kid. Like, he's husky. It's not like he's super fat or anything, and he's tall. And I didn't realize he was tall until I started seeing other kids who were 9. And I was like, y'all are tiny, right? I got so afraid.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm listening to you. But remind me to come back to this Facebook comment.
Yeah, no, I got so afraid because I was just like, how much longer will he be considered a kid by other people? And will I know when the switch happens? Because see, he's my baby. So will I see when they see me as violent? Like, will I know where I have to pull up the extra hedges? You know what I'm saying? Like, will I know? Or will it just slip by me that something that was childhood and he deserves to be a child? And, you know, and then other people saw an adult, like, right? Like, so like that, he's also been in an experience where like he's already basically had a white girl accuse him like of sexual assault, but whatever. And then like what actually happened is like they were playing and they were wrestling and like their faces got close to each other because they both ended up saying that's what actually happened. But like, I'm just like, my baby's 9 and this is already happening, right?
Like, I question that too. And like, this is why I call white people on, like when we're talking in that the white women, black women, let's talk hard conversations, is like facing like the truth of it, right? Because like I think about that too, right? Like, and I've never like I come at this work, I'm very honest about how I come at this work, right? Like, and why I recognize that the system of whiteness is not only attached to your skin, because I was very much a white woman in America for much longer than I was aware of the experience of being Black in America. And it specifically hit me harder being married to a Black man. Hit me that much harder having a Black son, right? Because like you have this idea like your daughters are your daughters are you, right? Like, and so like they're gonna have this experience that you had in this world, but I had a lot of protection inside of whiteness. right?
But
Like
you started
my
navigating
kid,
with that era too. I mean, you said that.
yeah, no, I'm coming to that though,
Okay.
right? Like, so like I had a lot of navigating inside the proximity and the safety of whiteness, right? Like every person I grew up around was white. My mom was white, my aunties are white, like my uncle's white. Well, he's Jewish, but he's white, like presented, you know what I mean? Like I had this safety net of whiteness around me. I grew up in an Irish neighborhood after we moved from Hunts Point. So like my kids don't have that existence. So like it made me, that much more aware. Like my eldest is her dad, my ex-husband, is Puerto Rican, right? So like she also presented completely different, right? Like she's like low-key passable as like an ethnic Italian, right? Like somewhere in the right parts of the world, she's passable. Then I had Erin, who does not present as no kind of mix, not like what you think is mixed, because like we can get into that too. Like Jamaica could be mixed. I hate people that have this idea of what biracial looks like or mixed looks like. But like Erin presents very much as a Black woman.
She has typical Black features. Like,
yes, like
hair.
phenotypically she shows up more, the hair type. And so I had to navigate all of that, right? Like, and this is what I had shared a post in regard to like white people. If you are not going to don't have children with Black people if you're not going to be intentional about it. Like, because you have to be, right? Like I sought out like, oh, I don't know how to do her hair. Like this is not my hair. And like for me, like my running joke growing up was I'm the black sheep of the family. You see me? This is after years of like intentionally tanning and like my hair, like it was like a very real awakening and experience for me. And so I navigated that with Erin, and then here comes Kieran. And I do look at that, right? And so like I challenge white people to like really face their biases in regard to, because I look at Kieran and I'm like, yes, it's going to happen to him. But then you have to start looking at the nuances of it may happen less, or it won't happen as harshly for Kieran as it's going to happen for Chancellor because of how Kieran presents in the world.
Absolutely.
So like he's a blonde head, light skinned guy. So he's going to be considered, right? Like back to those implicit biases, dark skin versus light. The dark man is a beast and violent, and light skins are like sensitive and soft and sweet. Not that he won't still experience Blackness in America, but he's not going to experience it to the degree that others, like we have to like see all of the nuances that exist inside of a system that white people are drowning in themselves, because they themselves really think that being white is a superpower. And I'm like, it literally is not. It is like absolutely crypto fucking night. Like it's literally forcing yourself to fit inside of this very narrow box of thin, white, blonde, married, hetero, Christian. Like there's so many people that are just not that. And like, so you have to really put the microscope on yourself, like bringing this back full circle with the Rittenhouse thing is like, I'm not mad at this little boy, right? Because like I would see a 17-year-old, I see him the same way I see Trayvon Martin. That was a child who should have. I blame the parents more than I do anybody else.
Absolutely. Like absolutely.
Like, I am a gun owner. I'm not sending my motherfucking kids out with a fucking gun to a fucking protest that's turning violent. I'm not sending my kids to that because it's my job to protect them. It's me and my husband's job to make sure that they're safe. I literally would have found the parents guilty way before I found the child guilty, because he is a child. Like Trayvon Martin was a child. So like when you put it in that perspective for me, like no, what I do want to absolutely put underneath the fucking microscope is this system that one allowed that boy to make it, to be arrested, to make it to trial, and to be found not guilty.
Affirm his right to self-defense.
Affirm his right to defend himself. That needs to be put under a microscope, because like I said back to the beginning, if he were Black, if he were Black, he would not have made it to trial.
Right. And let's talk about another reason why he might not have made it to trial. If he made it off the street, the way prosecutors always want to like do plea deals with black people so that they still end up incarcerated because they have to plead guilty because they're threatened with higher, like with the maximum of the punishment. There's so many levels to where it's just problematic. And I think what I want people to do is do some inner child work. I want you to pay attention to what part of your body and your being is activated in this experience, because that's alerting you and making you aware to where your trauma is. Like that's highlighting your trauma. If your first thing is you're angry because he should have gone to jail, well, why? Like, because what are you know what I'm saying? Like, just interrogate that, because I don't want to tell you what it is, but like I want you to, wherever you're activated, just really sit with that and interrogate it, because like Dad said, like this literally was the prosecution of a child making complicated decisions that like I think it's a complex situation.
Like, and a lot of people, here's what it is that a lot of people that make these decisions in regard to like have never fucking held a gun, like,
right.
So, like,
or fired a gun. Yeah,
you don't even know
these things happen in a very fluid manner.
In a split second.
Yeah.
Again, why the onus for me is on the parents is, again, as a gun owner.
A 17-year-old is not prepared to navigate that situation, period.
A 17-year-old is not prepared unless we are at war, right? Like we go to war, hey man, the 9-year-old
you shoot that way.
You shoot this way. The 9-year-old is getting a gun and she is going to stop the motherfucking threat. And she is a good shot. Please believe your ass is going to get hit, like, without a doubt. And I'm proud of that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but in a situation like that, when it's literally life or death, you have, even if you are trained, even if you were doing, it is literally, and then when you're adding in implicit bias, it's exactly why my issue with the cops is not, my issue is like, it's the bias. It's the fact that being Black is being armed. That's a problem that we need to put the microscope on. I understand them. There's like, yes, have you been a cop? Have you been in the situations? Let's go back to systemic issues. Their neighborhoods that they over police are often poor neighborhoods. Poverty has been created by systemic issues. Black people exist within poverty because of systemic issues. Poverty breeds violence. Violent situations need violent force. You put people in there with guns, dealing with other people with guns. It is a split decision, your life or mine. I understand it. Mm-hmm. The bigger issue is Black can't be being armed. That's right. My problem. We can't have cops out here who are literally
armed and dangerous, because I can still be armed and not be a threat. And like, that's really the thing. I think that's what's activating for other people, is just saying that wouldn't be me. And we have an unfortunate, like, if you don't, and this is for Black people, if you don't really start to like do your own healing about things, you can get to the point to where like you are calling for the blood of white children, for like, of all these things, without being like, yo, like, can we just say I am activated? Because if that were my child, I know that wouldn't happen. And that activates trauma in me. And so like, and I would even say that to other white people, if you're deeply active, I mean, to Black people, like, okay, so you say you're a Black person and you're deeply activated. Maybe instead of like hoping for horrible things to happen to this Rittenhouse person, but to have that conversation with the people you're actually in community with, who are white or whoever, and saying, this activates me. Like, can you support me in this? Can you support, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, can we use this as a reason and a way to heal, and not let this be yet another reason to kind of like prove our point, like prove the point that, you know, this
That's
is
what it's proving. We already know that. We already know that justice one ain't just. We already know that. It's about who can afford a lawyer, who like it's
who
about
can
a whole
the story is really what
who
it's
can
about.
Control the narrative. Period. Point blank. Full stop. Justice ain't just. And it ain't fair, and like heart don't break even, whatever the fuck you want to put into there. It is the law, right? Like I was talking to Jess, she's answering on there, and she had the same idea that I had. If his residence is in another state, he crossed lines, it's illegal. His residence actually wasn't, because his father lived there, so he had legal residence in both places. His mother also was a legal gun owner who was allowed to carry that gun over state lines. Like I said in the beginning of it, is I have a weapon. If I have a carry license and I live in the state of Georgia and I can go to Florida with my gun legally, then I cross state lines legally. with my weapon. The issue was initially the same that Jess was saying was he was underage to have a gun, but then, you know, Jordan put out the information. Yes, you can only have residence in one state. What I'm saying is that the states, the mother is the legal owner of the gun. And the mother crossed state lines legally because those states have a reciprocating law for holding a gun. Yes, he can, just in that state at 16,
in that state, it was
you can have
legal
a
for him
gun.
to have the gun.
So
Like,
that is what it is. He is absolutely in his legal right. As a minor, he was not illegal because in that state, you could be 16 with a gun as long as it wasn't a short barrel rifle. His weapon was not that weapon. So he legally was in his right to have that gun. And then legally was in his right to defend himself by law. I was just answering her thing.
No, I think this, I'm interested in a conversation that I think will be way off topic for right now, but I would like to get into.
We don't went around the fucking world and back again.
No, but like, I want to understand the, like the liberal impulse to be like, as soon as a gun comes up, is like evil incarnate is attached to it. Like, you know, because like people get so upset.
I love that conversation.
Huh?
Oh, I'd love that conversation.
Yeah, because like reason why I was saying Arsenal, I wasn't trying to put your business. I am pro gun, but I don't own any guns. So that's what I was meaning by that. Is like you having a gun makes you have an arsenal and me not. Because I grew up in gun culture. So I am hyper aware of the fact that there's no gun in my house. Like I am always cognizant. Like that is not necessarily a comfortable feeling for me. It's just a choice that I've made for strategic reasons right now in my life. But like I guess I don't really understand that like impetus of like, that's why it was interesting to me when you said it was because they tried the gun. I was like, there's always gonna be like, as long as there's like this liberal sense, like if it's a liberalish person right around there, it's like they can't avoid it. Like it's like it's almost like conservatives and abortion. It is like the hill they will die on. And I don't understand.
But you know, I always say, what do I say about liberals? They are fucking Republican light. Like, it's just another fucking topic, but they're just as goddamn strict with their way is the right fucking way. Their way is the right way. There should be no guns. Get the fuck out of here. Like, you don't have the range or the depth or the fucking nuance to understand why people should be armed. You want to fucking disarm somebody? Disarm the government. Don't fucking come for me. Like, at all, ever. Because if you think that I personally, as a Black woman in America, should not be armed, then you don't even know the fucking history of Black people enough to have that motherfucking conversation on why Black people, in my opinion, should be armed at all goddamn times.
Or why we spend over half of our tax revenue like on military, but we consistently say we can't afford healthcare, education, infrastructure, or anything else. And yet everybody is voting in people who uphold that infrastructure, but you're anti-gun. Like, I just feel like there's this lack of logical consistency.
Make it make dissonance.
Yeah.
Right? America suffers from cognitive dissonance.
So yeah, but I would love to have
every goddamn day.
Because like I feel like a lot of that also got triggered for people in this is because there's some people who just believe that he should have never had the gun in his hand.
And that is what happened. That's why I said they tried the gun, not the crime. Because like Jordan said, he's absolutely correct when it was like, it was for political show. Because on the merit of like now having all the facts, right? The mother was a legal gun owner. That state has a reciprocal law
that
so
if
the gun traveled legally with the rightful owner.
And then they said
the father lived in that state.
His obligation to retreat for their law. And so like that's the thing about laws, right? Is that I mean, and that's another thing. You might want to go pay attention and see what laws are on your legal books.
I mean, like I'm trying to. You know what it is? I'm gonna disrupt that for a second, and I'm gonna let you go because I can eat my fish.
Okay.
People don't have any idea of the scale of America. Why can't we do it like the Netherlands? England doesn't have any guns. Yo, the entire fucking exactly. The entire United fucking Kingdom fits in Texas. Italy, France, the fucking UK, like Ireland, Scotland, Wales, fits in fucking Texas. Essentially, the United States, every single fucking state is its own tiny country. Mm-hmm. That's why we can't fucking get on board. Like, do better. Yeah. So the laws have to apply. They're not going to be unilateral. Every single state, that's states' rights. Welcome to America. Like, it's amazing the shit that people will argue and then know fucking dick about the actual country. Mm-hmm. It's like, no. Once you have the facts, the truth of the matter is like, it should have never even went to trial. Again, back to the issue for me is putting the system under the microscope on why would a Black person not have even made it to trial? Right. Why are we armed and dangerous for being melanated? Like, that's the bigger issue for me here. Kyle Rittenhouse getting off, hey, good. That's that. It shouldn't have went to trial in the first place. Because apparently, like I said, mother was a legal gun owner.
No crime committed.
There was no crime. Mm-hmm. Consider according to the law. You can feel however the fuck you want to feel morally.
That doesn't mean that there wasn't an injustice that occurred. That doesn't mean that people weren't hurt.
Yeah, all of that. That's what I'm saying. Morally, you're talking about something different, right? Absolutely. I see people who are literally like on these neighborhood pages and Nextdoor app and all that other shit, and they're like, if somebody, like is breaking in your car, shoot them. I'm like, you about to shoot somebody over 15 cents? Like, you about to kill some, you're gonna take someone's life because they broke a fucking window. Yo, bro, you got some other shit that you need to deal with. But
that's another cry for I need some help.
Yeah, you need a hug. Like, you don't need a gun. You need a fucking hug. And maybe you need to get laid. I don't know. But like, I'm not killing nobody. That's not
the answer to everything, Des. That's just like, you're violent, you're not getting laid enough.
For everything, baby. Now listen, I'm not gonna shoot you for breaking in my car. I'm gonna be mad as fuck but I will absolutely let this motherfucker loose if you breach my door.
Yes. Or if you try to harm my body or the body of my children or my loved ones, period. Like, I don't even care why. Right? Like, I don't even care.
I'm not here to figure that out. No. You should have thought about that on the other side of the door.
Look, we will ask questions later. But right now, like, what will happen?
Yeah, somebody call the coroner.
And I'll be vulnerable since y'all have had some vulnerable moments. I'm in the middle of this custody case, right? And I have chronic inflammation, largely due to a lot of trauma, right? But that's a whole other thing. So I have chronic inflammation that I'm navigating. And at the time I was using marijuana medicinally, but I did not have a card for it. I lost custody of my child literally because of that. Now it is legal, and they say it this way: oh, you test positive for THC and you have a prescription, and move the fuck on. And it blows my mind. Literally, I have one piece of paper that I paid $250 for because they use the exact same medical records that I was talking to these people about, right? Did not care. But the doctor was like, oh, you qualify for medical marijuana. Paid $250, got a recommendation, and now there is no penalty. And that is how the law
works. Crazy. That's law.
And that is absolute bullshit.
That's why I said law is not just. No. It just is. It's benign. It's neutral. It's not justice. The problem is people are getting activated because they're looking for some justice.
Yes.
And the law, I've told you that when we've discussed this, like since you've decided to have your vulnerable moment, the law isn't just. It's why I was like, go get a card because it doesn't care. It's about legality, right? Like,
it blew my mind. Like, it really blew my mind how, like, I was telling, like, I even waited before I told my lawyer about it because, like, I had all of this internal angst. And when I tell you, everybody was just like, because I have my paperwork, and I always have my paperwork in order, right? So because I have my prescriptions and my doctor stuff, I am like prepared to give an argument. You understand? All they cared, they saw the paper and they were like, oh, okay. I mean, my mom's lawyer saw the paper and was like, oh, okay, that's over with. Then I tested positive for opiates, and because I have prescriptions for a lot of stuff, the judge was just like, just see how long they've been taking it. Like, it's like, because I have paperwork for all of this, what went from and it was just like, but let me tell you, this is why I am classes as fuck. It's because all that paperwork costs a lot of money. Accumulating all of the paperwork that I have needed to get my child back has cost over $25,000 in 4 years. So, like, if I didn't have an extra $25,000, I just want y'all to understand that an extra $25,000. This is not even to see my child. I think I calculated at one point it was costing me $14,000 a year to see Chancellor for 2 hours a week. Like,
child.
So, like,
I'm gonna have to text him.
No, I mean, we were paying like
there would have been some
$50
FaceTime and asses.
Yeah, one time it was like $200 an hour. Like, this shit was high just to see my baby. You know what I'm saying? And never, there's no allegations of like abuse or that I hurt him. It's like that
They
I
don't
wasn't.
care.
No,
That's what I'm
and
saying.
so like
No,
I'm
it
saying
doesn't
all
care.
of this to say is that like all of the things you're talking about is like when that first happened to me, I was like, oh, this is so unjust. Until I was able to get to a position to where I learned, wait a minute, it's about who's crafting the narrative. And so like when Des did say, she was like, get the prescription. And y'all, like, it just blew my mind how easy that whole thing went. But let me tell you, it's because I had the money to make it happen. If I didn't have expendable income to make those kind of things happen, right, then it would be a totally different situation. And so like my defense of my classism is like, as a Black person, I will
defend that shit.
No, I will let go of my classism when you let go of your racism. As long as racism exists in this country, I am proud.
You have to be, though. Like, right, and that goes again back to the whole full circle thing, is that the issue is like we are consistently blaming other people. And don't get me wrong, because people uphold the system, but it distracts us so much from the solidarity that we can hold attacking the system. Look at those people that went for the Capitol. Yo, those motherfuckers had solidarity. Like, I'm not saying whether I agree or disagree.
It's not even agreeing. Like, that shit was wild. Like, but see,
no, that shit was amazing. That's solidarity. That's what I mean by I say I don't need allies. I want co-defendants. I want motherfuckers that'll storm the motherfucking building with me.
Me too. It's just what they stand for in the
yeah, no, exactly. I don't agree with that.
I think that juxtaposition for me always just kind of makes me a little bit like, really though?
Right.
But like, I
love their energy. I love their they believed in whatever the fuck they believed in so goddamn hard. They took that shit to the motherfucking door. Like, hey, you, this is what the fuck I was talking about. That's solidarity. We're just doing it in the wrong areas, right? You always got the fringe ass crazy motherfuckers that are ready. These motherfuckers storm. I couldn't even be upset. Like, I wasn't
upset either. I was just like
I'm watching people on Facebook. They're like, how did that? I'm like, yo, this is the most American fucking thing. Like, yo, do y'all know the history of America? This shit started with like a fucking this is it. This is how it started. Like, do you know the history of like violence and riots in America? Like, do you like that shit was the most like I get where they're like idea of patriotism. That shit was
it was a patriotic act from their position.
Absolutely fucking it's a patriotic act from my position. I just don't believe in what they stand on, right? Like, but I absolutely believe that you should be able to fucking like storm the gates. Yeah, I do. Like, yeah, this is my house. Like, my taxes, my vote. This is my shit. Like, and if you're not doing what we the people, right? Back to those fucking words, then you don't deserve your position.
See, that's why this is why one of the commenters were saying they made a distinction. They said there's the people who were here originally, then enslaved Black people, and then Americans. And it's very important for me. That's why like I refuse to give up that Americanness, right? It's because like I think the biggest problem, and I don't think a lot of Black people will admit this, but I know this is true. I learned it by observing immigrants who will admit this. And then I was like, this is true of Black people too, is that they don't feel American enough to assume the rights of being an American. Like, and so like, that is why I'm big on those things. It's like, you know, it's just like, I remember Davender was saying like, he wasn't registered to vote and because his family wasn't, and they felt like they weren't justified to be registered to vote or whatever. And I was like, you're citizens, you can vote. Like that's the law, right? Like that's the law. Like you don't have to be an upstanding person. You don't have to be literate. You don't have to be anything. You just have to be
you gotta be 18. That's it.
17 and a half, actually. You can register to vote at 17 and 6 months, because I know that's when I read. Yeah, I'm that kind of nerd. I registered at the 6 month mark. But
don't tell nobody that shit on no goddamn line.
I don't care. I'm proud. I'm proud of that. I won't tell you why I did that, but yeah, but like but yeah, so I think that's an important. I think that's so for me. I just like. I guess it's the point of reflection is that that's why I was talking about getting angry. I don't get activated as frequently on a lot of these issues because I've been working on them for so long. So a lot of them, I've come to a place of healing and conclusion. I'm just like, well, this is really what the work that I'm doing is the work that is required to end that problem. So it's like when it happens, I'm like, well, that's why I'm doing what I do every day. So exactly. Like,
because that's where the microscope has to be. And when you're talking about allyship, I hate the fucking word, but since this is the terminology, it's the pop word. For me, is like it's that. Like that's what it is. It's like your allyship does not mean a fucking thing like sharing a meme like that, right? Like,
right.
Cap is a hero, and like, no, fuck that shit. Let's talk about the system that wouldn't even allow my son to get the fuck off the pavement.
Right.
Like, Rittenhouse is not the fucking problem. Like, we keep doing that. Like, we keep, George Zimmerman is not the problem. Like, right. and that's not the problem. They are just exercising their fucking rights that have been given to them in America. I'm not mad at it, right? Like, I've had that conversation when people are like, oh, but what kind of conversation are you going to have with your son? Die on your feet, young man. Like, I believe that being a mother of a Black, and it's not to negate any of the harm that comes to Black women and femmes in America, but I think that being a mother in America of a Black son is the most revolutionary act I could do, because you got to be prepared to bury them. And like, that's the reality. Like, if we're going to talk about the real things, is like, I
think when people always say not to credit, like not to take away from Black women or non-men, like whatever, like it does though, right? Because we do put the emphasis on Black men not surviving as if this country is not systemically killing us. It's just nobody cares. Like they kill us at the same degree or higher, but nobody cares. And so like,
and it's in different ways, right? So it's not as visual, right? Like we're not paying attention to like the femicides that happen, because then they write that off as like, but they write that off as like, Black on Black crime, or like in the medical field, how they let us fucking die. So I'm not, that's what, let me reframe that, is in the violent ways that we see Black men die. Like people have asked me how I have
but my situation, because, we grew up differently, right? And for me, the price of community for me and protection was to protect Black men above my own humanity.
Yeah, we did grow up differently on that. We've had hours of
conversation, right? And so like, that's why it's important for me to be like, well, no, there's a reason that it's not less violent to be in labor and saying that I'm in pain, and they say, oh, Black people feel less pain, and you're not being addressed. That's not less violent than getting shot. Like,
right.
It's not
I mean, I'm honest about the way my whiteness shows up in that. I did not grow up with those real issues.
I know.
Right?
So that's why I'm pushing back on that, is saying that, like, I feel like you and I agree on. I wrote a poem about this. I hope I can find it. When they say, what are you going to tell your kids? For me, it's always about helping them to navigate the world while still loving themselves, while in a world that tells them to hate themselves. But as far as preparing them, like giving them the talk or to be afraid of this or you can't do this, I'm not doing that. I have not seen a single shred of evidence that saved a single life, but I've seen so much evidence of how that's broken so many spirits and so much confidence, and like people carry that trauma. So I'm not like, it's not just like, it's not a rape victim's responsibility to stop a rapist from raping them. It is not a Black child's responsibility to stop this world from killing them. I am not. How am I going to raise Chancellor? I'm going to do my best to have as many people invested in his protection and well-being as possible. And like, that's going to be the job of my community, but that's not going to be his job. Right.
Right.
Like,
And
that's
I
not
will never
liberating.
put that onus on my children. Like, I recognize that a lot of like my own, I never, like, I never felt that, right? Like, I never felt the weight of what being Black in America was. Like, never. Right. And I also, conversely, what makes me like a little bit like of my, like, my bridgy, weird, I also never felt the pressure to be white in America, right? Because we were so distinguished by being Irish, right? Like my grandmother and my grandfather, they came up, they were in their 30s. These are not like, my mother's first generation American. So like, I did not grow up like with these white ideals either, right? Like I grew up with a whole different, like my family is like from like that silent generation, and like you keep shit to the vest, and like, and it was an immigrant mentality. So like America was the best fucking place on earth, right? Like, so I grew up gun ho fucking American, and more a child of an immigrant than the child of a white woman. So like,
Right.
that's where I kind of like, I'm able to like vacillate between those spaces. Cause I'm like, oh, I can see why white people are fucked up. Like, y'all been having to do that. That's crazy. Like, if you were able to embrace who the fuck you were before you became white, you'd be a lot more free. You know, and then I also didn't have like the experiences of what, because of the protection of what, because I recognize that though I may see myself as Irish and I see my family as Irish, the world is going to just clock them as white and keep it moving. They don't give a fuck what kind of white you are. You're just white. So I also recognize now how protected I was within that. Right. Like that's like that is a wall of protection. You can't pretend that it's not, right? But it weans off. Like I said, my kids don't have that. They're not that exposed like I was. That was my daily life, right? So I don't have these inherent things, right? Like I wasn't taught like you were growing up presenting as a woman, being a Black femme, right? Like to protect Black men in that I like that was never even a
And the interesting
conversation.
thing is that it was eventually explicitly said, but it's implicitly implied.
Right. I didn't have that experience. So
Right.
like
And
I don't
so,
talk on that because I,
but I think,
hey, that's your truth.
no, and it's not just that is my truth. There's this conversation where it's like all the men, no, all the Blacks are men and all the women are white. And like,
Ooh.
and so like,
Note to self. Yes.
yeah, and that's a book. And so like I always want to disrupt that conversation whenever it happens in that binary. It's where I'm like, no, that's actually factually inaccurate. Like what's happening is just that the other people are more marginalized, so you just don't give a fuck that they die. Y'all are just more in close proximity to white maleness that people pay attention to the difference of when you die versus when they die. But we are so far down the ladder that we're disposable. Who cares? And I was like, so that's
Okay.
like, it's the problem that we don't even talk about it, right? And so, like, of course, everybody doesn't champion it. And so it's not at a different rate. It's not as if it's more dangerous to be a Black man in the US than it is to be a Black person of a different gender. You're both by police violence. It's not the exact same numbers, but it's also, that is also the patriarchy at play, right? So like there's a lot of things that are happening. And yeah, and like I said, it's intersections because I'm not, what I do not want to do, because I'm not interested in like the Olympics, the oppression Olympics of like, oh, this
No,
is
me either.
harder.
Because like that shit makes me exhausted. Like I often say, like I don't do oppression Olympics, and
Right.
I
Like,
don't do ladders. How I look at it for me is like, honestly, it's a spider web, right? Like we're all caught in this fucking web. At the center of that web is the spider, and that is the system of whiteness, and that needs to be killed. Like there's no redoing it. It's like, why I'm not like, there's no fixing it. It's working. It's working. Y'all are literally it. You got to dismantle it. Like you have to dismantle
that's why I'm a
it.
radical and not a progressive, because
Yeah, like me too. Like because it's like there's no we're not gonna vote our way out of the system.
well, we can progress
We're not
this
gonna
shit.
do
It's just
shit.
not going to go in the direction I want. Like the progression of this is the increased.
It's too fucking slow. It's all too fucking slow.
To me, I'm saying the progression of this system, like when you're talking about the system not being broken, the progression of this system is deeper, more entrenched oppression. It is not liberation. The system
is not
facilitated for that. But I am going to.
We're just gonna find more and more ways to oppress people. That's how I feel about we like running on 2.5 hours. I love this. But we're gonna have another conversation about like it's why I don't like labels. Like I understand why they exist because right now they need to exist, like what you just said, like because people have not cared for so fucking long that no, now we need to label every single thing. But true liberation comes to no labels, no nothing.
You know, like that's sometimes I have this is something I just had to decide and recently is that I'm just not as invested in being Black as a lot of Black people are, and that's not because there's no anti-Blackness attached to that. It's
right.
It's just
you also can't escape that. Like, hi, look at me.
Like, right. Like, well, no, because I've been attacked from other Black people as that being sort of like anti-Black. But for me, my whole thing
I think for some people it can be. I don't think
and it can be. Well, I'm not distancing. I don't ever distance myself from Blackness as in like, oh, I'm not Black or whatever. It's just that like in building community and building relationships, there are other identities that are more similar to my lived experience for other reasons than just Blackness. You know, like it's very interesting the way each of these labels sort of puts us in these boxes, and it takes us away from like all the multitudes like you're talking about that we are. But at the same time, if we don't have the labels, we're not able to talk about the disparities and the distinctions.
Right. So the labels are necessary right now.
No, they're absolutely necessary.
They are, but I think that eventually the liberation is going to be
that there's not required that
I should not have to fucking come and be like, you know, and I think that that's what activates people, right? Like with like, oh, why I gotta say I'm a cisgendered? Well, because we gotta say that because they're killing trans women and nobody gives a fuck about non-binary people. You didn't even know they fucking existed. So me saying I'm fucking cisgendered lets you know that there's other kinds of women in the world. Right? Like, but eventually my goal, but that's what's activating them, right? Like back to what you were saying, like, what is activating you about that? Like how fucking it's really super fucking easy for me to be like, no, I'm cisgendered and heterosexual. And all that does is it doesn't make me less of a woman.
Let me tell you why people get upset. It's because for you to say that you're cisgender and heterosexual, you had to consider if you were trans or not heterosexual.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm cis.
No, I'm saying even if it's a split second consideration, like, oh, which one do I choose? Oh no, I hardcore choose cis.
And people are afraid of choice.
And people
are terrified of choice. I'm like, you do know you don't have to be that, right? Like, and I did. I totally went through that, right? Like, I totally have to sit down, like, well, I am really masculine in a lot of ways, like, right? Like, am I a guy? Like, I
think you're really queer. I feel like
I think, but remember, so like on the post with the chick that like I stopped helping because she was absolutely actively fucking homophobic. I said in there, I was like, LGBTQIA keeps growing because the truth of the matter is there's more questioning. Is it? Like the question says every fucking human being. Like it's a much more inclusive community than being just
default. But yeah, what the LGBTQIA say is
it's all of it.
It is the answer to like what has your self-exploration revealed about you and how can I honor who you are? And so that's why we're always like when people are talking, I'm like, are the straights okay? Like because you know, like and it's just like even like with like non-monogamy. I'm not saying that every ethical non-monogamous relationship is healthier than. And I'm not saying that. I am saying though. I think it's really
interesting. It takes a lot of shadow work and honesty too, right?
Like, it does.
But what I'm saying is so much fucking active work.
I'm saying is that people who are able to do that successfully are only able to do that successfully because they're doing the relationship work that all relationships require, right? But like if you can just fall into a default, you can be in an unhealthy ass relationship, but you know what role to play. But whenever there's no prescribed role because you've left the written script, now you have to actually talk things out and say, what are my needs? What are my fears? What are my concerns? What are my desires?
Choice is terrifying.
Yeah, and like you just have to get to know yourself and to own it, you know, like and so like
and that's scary.
It is. Well, I mean, I've always done it.
I've always done it too, which is why, like, you know, because like I mean, I don't use the label queer because my life it's like unfair, right? Like I feel like it would take. I'm just gonna explain why. Like
okay, I know, but I'm saying you act very queer. Like as I'm just. I wouldn't say you're a lesbian or you're bi, but being queer is like that questioning, like, oh, I'm gonna play with this. You're very like explorative. You
But
just
see,
choose
I guess
yourself.
I fall more on the line like you. Like I don't need a label. Like I'm fluid in who I am at
Right.
any point in time, right? So like that's why I would not take on the label of queer because as we already established, is that you would the need for a label is to front and center
Highlight.
marginalized groups, right?
Right.
I don't feel marginalized,
Marginalized.
right? Yeah, so like I wouldn't take on that label. And like, yeah, if I felt like, you know what, hey, you know, like me and my husband are ethically non-monogamous. Like I actively looking for a girlfriend for Mark now. Like because I don't have the desire to be everything he fucking needs for the rest of our lives. But what we have decided on is making a commitment for life. So we are anchor partners, period. So whoever comes and goes inside of that, that's never going to break up the foundation of who we are and what we've committed to, because that's what a relationship is. It's a commitment. And there's a whole lot of other emotions that are going to go up and down, in and out between that. Like, so that, but whatever you commit to is what you choose to commit to. And what we've committed to is as long as we're both trying to do the work, consistently meeting each other's needs and whatever that will look like, then this is a healthy relationship. As soon as that's not it, we need to reassess this commitment. Right. So like if I decided like I'm not opposed to dating women, I just know that I have, and I'm like, and I recognize that I'm more attached to I liked her. I do not look at women actively and be like, I want to sleep with them. I'm like, oh God, I wish she had a penis. I'm like, and now that I have learned
that there are women with penises,
yes! No, but listen. So listen, I have this. I want everybody to follow.
I know who you have a crush on. I know.
She is
she's
awesome.
With a penis and she's beautiful.
Yes, I'm definitely crushing on Sunshine. Like, so like, and then, but what she taught me was, because like, I was like, yeah, I know that women have penises, right? Like, again, back to the layered work of like, no, that's not true. Biology says, and then you start going down it, is that like, when I found out that some trans women, not only do they have penises, but they work. I was like,
yeah.
I could do this. So like, I mean, like, so I guess for me,
I just want you to unpack a little bit of fetishization and be careful that you're not in that
lane. No. I'm not talking about it for like that part. Like I'm talking about because I actually enjoy penis sex.
Right.
So like that's why it wasn't like
I know. We talked
with dicks like 1980s porn. It was more like, oh. So like this need that I do have, right? Like, because I'm not really into like anything. I like penis sex. Like that's the sex that I enjoy. Like I'm like, oh, and I'm very like, and it's not just any, right? Like I'm a size.
No, we know it's not just you also discriminate against this men. Yeah. It's a very type of specific. They may not know. I was like, anybody who knows you knows you have a very specific.
And if they don't know and they came with it and they dropped their pants and it didn't meet my requirements, they ain't getting no pussy, because like I don't owe nobody nothing. But anyway, so the whole point back to all of this is like I wouldn't label myself as queer because I don't need the identification to be unmarginalized. Right. But I would definitely say that I am just a fluid being. How I feel, whatever I'm feeling in that moment is absolutely a go for me. Right. Like as long as I do question it, because I did sit with that. Like, okay, would I be fetishizing? Like, oh, this would be a cool thing in that? Or like, no, this is actually the sex that I would enjoy. And if I like this person and they happen to have a working penis that is the size and girth and all that I like, that's awesome. And like back to the thing about its choice is it then opened a dating pool, right? Like, so instead of me now trying to look for like 28 slim with a 9-inch cock, like I'm like, oh, this can open up a dating pool for me, right? Like, so that was like what it is. And back to like that choice is absolutely terrifying to people, because falling into the default is fine, but like a lot of people are having a whole bunch of sex that they don't even fucking like, because they're trying to be in a default. And I'm just not like, I'm not fucking like that. Like that's not happening. I'm gonna only have the sex that I enjoy, period, point blank, full stop. I don't give a fuck whose feelings that hurts. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people will box that in as like, oh, well, be careful, it's not a fetish. So I did unpack that just to let you know, because I know that there are people out here that would, but it was like, no,
But
for
there's
me,
a
it was like,
distinction between like
that's dope. It opened up a dating pool for me. Like I was
right.
like, oh, that's cool, yeah. So like that was that. But I don't know how the fuck we got here, but us and our non sequitur conversations. The whole point bringing this back is I'm not
Well,
mad
the
at
whole
an
point is
individual.
the reason why none of us are activated by the Rittenhouse verdict is because we are active in solving the problem that led to that complicated, complex situation in the first place. And so we can rest in the knowledge that we're doing the work. And like, of course, the system worked the way the system was designed to work. And that's what
Yeah,
healing does for you. Like I would say that is the point of this conversation is that
I mean, really, it is.
is that do
So
the
Ralph
work,
said
people, do the damn work.
Ralph said they are going to give him bigger charges and not just watch. How? Who are they going to? What? They're going to give
That's
who
what
bigger
I
charges?
mean by like what is activating you, because like I don't want him to have more charges. Like
Yeah,
it's
I'm good with him being left alone. And
no.
like now let's put our energy into a system that would not even let a black man get off the pavement.
Yes. If you have to say, oh, what do we do to prevent this again? What is my investment? I'm actually legitimately, because I do not pathologize mental health. I am legitimately worried about his mental health. Like, I think that's a legitimate thing. But do
Oh, the
I think that
kids?
he needs to be like criminalized or hospitalized or held? No. Like, I just think
I don't even know if that we need. Okay, I mean,
no,
like, so here,
I just think, I mean, I don't, if, let me tell you, if any, whether they shot someone or not, if anybody posted on social media that I just got this gun and I can't wait to shoot people, I will consistently die on the hill that
oh, okay. I
somebody
keep
who gets,
forgetting that part. No. I retract. I retreat. I keep forgetting that part because I'm like, does he need mental health? Like, why does he need mental health? But no, I right. If you are actively saying that, and like, even if it's not just like, there needs to be community aid, right? Like, why
right,
is
that's
this okay? Why is this child or this
feeling
person
this way. What
feeling
is coming up for them?
so like why, and why do we rally around them when they do stuff like that instead? Like, why are we not like, because we never pathologize whiteness ever. If there was a call to action for me, it would be to start pathologizing whiteness and white family systems,
Mhm.
because white kids are dead ass out here gunning people down. It's not a gun problem. We need to start pathologizing white family systems. Why are these white children, specifically white boys, feeling so fucking unseen, unheard, that they need to
Disconnected.
do this?
Yeah.
That these are the things that they need to grab a gun to feel like a big guy. Like, guns are there for protection, not to actively bring harm. Right. So like, I'm definitely not a fuck. I'm pro gun like a motherfucker. So like, I'm never gonna pathologize the gun. I'm gonna absolutely pathologize white family systems. I'm absolutely gonna pathologize white communities. I'm absolutely gonna pathologize the situations and the systems that put these people in these situations. And I'm definitely gonna put a microscope on the why the fuck a black man could never, right?
Be
Like,
afforded that.
literally just could never. And we've seen a million. I don't need no more proof. So like, I'm not activated. Like, see, told you. Like, how many fucking told you?
How do
I
you
don't.
mean? Yeah.
I don't need to prove shit. Like, if I need to still prove something
But
to
Des,
somebody,
okay, let me bring
you're
the
not paying
science to
attention.
you. Let me bring the science to you. Whenever you get a
I'm
stress,
listening.
whenever you get a stressor, right? And this is a stressor, this is a situation that causes stress. The stress of that stressor is separated. You have to deal both with the active situation that's happening, and then what that does to your body. People who have not completed the stress cycle of their activation around whatever's activating for them cannot move forward in the conversation. They have to bring up every single time, see, because they're not feeling seen, they're not feeling heard. There's a deficit that's happening within them that has to be healed, is why they're not able
Right.
to move forward, right? And so like that is my thing is like, if you are activated in this, awesome, take that data and recognize this is where you can work next, right?
Exactly. So like Patrice just said, I saw a few articles where young white girls are bullying black girls online and in school. And exactly. Like, the problem is that we don't pathologize whiteness ever. And if you get to talk to any white people, they will tell you how fucked up our families were, right? Like I would share stories with Jade. Sorry, I don't try to say, because she doesn't want our names out there. I try to have conversation. I had tried to share with my eldest, like conversations about my childhood. And she's like, you fucking said that like it was normal. And I could bring up 15 other white girls that grew up the same way. Right. And like this was normal. But we consistently pathologize Black families.
But let me tell you where that comes from. Because Black people do pathologize white families. Like Black people very much.
I'm talking about a system. I'm like, Black people inside of the system.
I'm not saying just Black. I'm telling you why there's this difference. I'm saying within Black people will be like, yeah, that's some white ass shit. Like they definitely recognize that, right? Like don't even concern that applies to their child or their family. They're like, no, that is some white ass shit. Like, okay, whatever. But the thing is that Black people's adaptiveness in this culture, in this country, is that is an eternal conversation, because white people get so activated by that to where it just doesn't, like, it has. That's why I like these communities where we're in community with each other.
No, okay, what I'm saying is I'm not, I know that Black people do. I know that. I'm saying a call to action to white people is to start pathologizing white family systems, right? Like, stop pathologizing all things Black. Oh, why Black people hit their kids? That's a white ass invention. That is an American invention. Beating humans is an American white invention. That is a white thing. That is
why do Black people hit their kids? Because white people are so violent that some Black people think that to train their child to be prepared for violence is the way to help them survive you. That is why.
Right. Or like I would rather beat my kid into proper submission to make sure that they're not going to go out in the world and be
flogged and hung and
like watch your motherfucking mouth how you talk to white people. Bah!
Right.
Because me busting that, like the problem is that's what I'm saying is like the call to action for me for white people. I know we fucking pathologize white people. I'm aware of those living room conversations now because I wasn't always. I'm thankful to Pam for letting me into those spaces. Shout out to Pam. But anyway, like I'm aware of that. I'm saying white people, because if they're really talking about they want to be self-proclaimed allies, which I think is a crock of shit. You don't get to fucking call yourself an ally. We're not fucking pets. Like you're not fucking working for PETA. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Anyway,
and if we were an ally, if we were looking for allies, that is an agreement, right? Like
that's an agreement, and it's not a title you give yourself.
Right? Like you can't declare yourself an ally to someone if they haven't. I could declare someone an ally to me. Like I can say they are my ally, but I can't declare that I am any group's ally.
And they do this. And I'm like, yo, we're not fucking pets, yo. You could say that you're an ally to dogs, right? Because dogs can't tell you shit. So you are an animal ally. So you're out here trying to save animals. You are not a fucking ally to me unless I fucking tell you. Stop fighting, white people. Anyway, like the call to action to me for white people is literally to start pathologizing white family systems. Start pathologizing white community systems. Right? Because y'all are trying to escape them consistently. Why? Like they can't be that fucking great. Because as much as we infight and talk shit, Black people love us some motherfucking Black people.
That's true.
Even the problematic ones that we don't like to motherfucking like, we love them.
And we'll rally behind them if the wrong people attack them.
Right. We don't like these motherfuckers. I don't like a lot of Black people. Ooh. But I love them.
Yeah.
And that is a completely different thing. And white people don't have that. Like you'll see inside of ethnic white groups
and complex
because of that ethnicity, but like that regular, generic white, like I don't know who the fuck I am, and I've been white for X amount of years, right? Like I'm not an immigrant white person, I'm not an ethnic white person. That shit ain't loyal to no fucking body. No other white person, nothing. There's no love inside of white systems, and they need to. That's the call to action for me with the Kyle Rittenhouse and all of that stuff. Is like, listen to y'all. Y'all are really, literally calling for a fucking kid, your child in your community, to be fucking killed or put into a system that y'all claim to be abolitionist of or progressive and don't want prison systems, but y'all are literally calling for this child to be killed in your idea of allyship. Like, it's y'all not loyal to yourselves. You can't be loyal to me. I don't believe you. You need more people. Because there's no way that I'm going to look at a 17-year-old Black boy and say that that boy deserves a motherfucking needle.
Yeah.
Or go to prison for the rest of his life. So I can't believe your allyship because you're not even loyal to your own folks. You're not even loyal to a child in your own fucking community. So you definitely not going to be loyal to Karen. You can miss me with that shit 100%. And only motherfuckers that I would believe would be loyal to him are the ones I would consider, like you said, naming myself allies to me personally, not your self-proclaimed allyship to my community. Y'all don't give a fuck about your own community. So for me, the call to action is fix your shit. Like we continuously say, pathologize communities, pathologize why you would look at that little boy and not see your own son. Mm-hmm. Why would you not look at that little boy and see your own brother? Why would you not look at that boy and see that that was your father once?
And why would you not even, outside of race, why wouldn't you even look at that boy and not see that this was obviously a systemic issue and not a personal one? Because
because they are systemically trained to be so fucking Americanly individualized. That's why I'm saying no, like we can't get that broad yet. They need to start right there. Like you could look at that child and that child looks like your son. If you are white and you have a white son, that could be your son. That's how, like when Obama turned around and said Trayvon could be my son. And white America lost their fucking minds. Like, he's racist. No, it's because y'all are so separated from each other. You can't look at Kyle Rittenhouse and say that could be my child. I'm concerned for why this child wants to grab an AR and kill people. What are we not doing in our community that makes him feel so disconnected that he wants to go and kill other people? When you have people like the Columbine shooter, what are we not doing inside of our community that makes a kid want to go in and kill other kids that look like him, that should be his family? And then they try to put those juxtapositions against like that Black on Black crime. No. Black people don't just go kill Black people. Black people kill rival gang members. Because
there's a reason.
Poverty breeds violence. So I'm going to kill the motherfucker that's about to take food from me. We don't just get up and be mad at Black people and be like, I'm going to go shoot Black people.
That's some white people shit.
That's white people shit.
That's
we don't be like, there's a whole bunch of Black people in this motherfucking school and I'm going to go shoot up all them Black kids. We don't do that. There's a reason for Black violence, and it comes out of the systemic issues of poverty. White people are literally just getting up and killing white people. Like, and that is, y'all need to figure that out. Y'all need to figure out what's going on inside of your communities, because you can't come in our community and think you can help us do a fucking thing. Because your communities are so fucked up and so fucking disconnected. Like, we're good. Please stay out of our communities. Like, please, just
and it's a disrespect because you know, like we talk about, like, let's talk about masculine violence, right? You and I both talk about, and with our partners, of addressing that with our sons, right? And they're young and not hurting anyone, right? So like, it's just interesting. Like, I'm like, do y'all have these conversations? Like, is this happening? Do you recognize, oh, my child doesn't know how to navigate this emotion? Like, we do this where our kids are little bitty. Like, your son's 5, mine's 9. Like, we recognize now, like, okay, they're struggling. Not pathologizing, oh, they're going to go do this, but like, they're struggling. And it's like, how do you not see that your baby is struggling? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you not see?
It's that disconnect. It's that, because like when you turn around now, let's go all the way back. Fuck it, we just gonna ride this out. I'm about to go get some whiskey, some ginger ale. No, like, let's go all the way back into the energy fields of it, right? And the epigenetic trauma and the DNA repatterning. White women never wanted to be mothers. Let's start at this land. Let's start here. Let's not even go back no further. Let's start in America. White women were and still are white men's property. End of story. That's the only reason why people give a fuck when white women go missing, because their property went missing, like their dog went missing, or their fucking nice car. Like somebody stole my goddamn car. We better find my motherfucking car. That's the only reason why.
How dare you take my car? How
They're
dare you
property.
Yeah.
They are not special. They are property. You took something that's mine. I want it back. Give me
Matter of fact,
things.
that's why single white women who are like not living with their family are not to be trusted, right? Like they're seen as like
spinsters and all of that, like, you know, all those kinds of things, right? So like when you go through it, like white women were property of white men so they could get voting rights and power and be heard in this country. They were forced to breed. And the white women who were able to be in a higher financial position were able to send their fucking kids away, right? Boarding school is some more white people shit. Like, who sends their fucking kids away? From the moment they come out their twat. Like, who does that? White people. White people do that, right? And like then when they fucking had black women and as enslaved, they had them nursing their kids, they had them take. White women never wanted to parent in the way that like it, so they can't see. It's that disconnect from humanity. Like, who cares if they took our kids from us? Like, they're sending their kids away, like actively. Like, who is going to take care of little Johnny? Is it a boarding school, or is it the nanny, or is it the this? But it's never been them. Historically, white women, unless they were poor or unless they were indigenous to some land or ethnic, but when we're talking about whiteness, I'm talking about when that separation from that community, from that culture, from that energetic field, I'm talking about the system of whiteness. White women have never raised their children. It's amazing to me how they think they could be the fucking authority of motherhood out here. They have had fucking nannies, wet nurses, boarding schools, all kinds of shit to not take care of their kids. So they don't see that. That connection is not the same. Like where inside of Black communities or like inside of indigenous communities or ethnic white communities where we're taking care of each other's kids. You got the aunties, you got the grandmas, you got generational living. Like that shit doesn't exist inside of the system of whiteness. So
that's true, because I always wonder if white people have cousins. Like I know Italians have cousins, I know Irish people, but I don't
white people don't have family like that.
Yeah.
Like me and my cousin, we would die if we're literally like texting every day, like, oh my God, I can't believe we didn't get to see each other for fucking Halloween, but we're Irish. And the community is important to them. But inside of the system of whiteness is no community.
The cousin thing always boggles me because a lot of ways cousins can be closer than siblings, because you can have cousins that are your age and you would normally, unless you're twins, there's some gap with siblings, right? So like, it was like in my family anyway, like the ones who would be like best friends wouldn't be siblings. They would be cousins who are like cousin twins. Right. That makes sense, right? Like they're the same age, same grade, they go to the same camp, same whatever. And so like, it just, whenever, like so much of my life revolves around my cousins. So much of my life story is like about my cousins
entirely,
and my
like literally entirely. Like I'm now involved with my cousin. Like we were always my cousin on my dad's side, Davina. We always knew of each other, but my grandma did what I did, right? So like my dad is like 20 years younger than all of his other siblings, right? Like he's the last one. So my cousin David is her dad, right? And so like, but that's my dad's nephew, but like then the age range, right? So like she's actually my second cousin. Mm-hmm. So, but we're the same age, right? Like she's about to be 40 now, I'm 42. And then like, but I grew up more like with my cousin David because him and my father used to hang out and get high together. Go figure. Still love them. They were fucking awesome. But like, and so, but we were more estranged, which usually happens, right? Like when there is a separation, a death or whatever, you are always with the mother's side of the family. That is usually what's common, right? So like my dad died. We like were living with my aunt, which was my cousin. And like your mother goes and sees her sister, right? Like you just like, this is so me and my cousin Kristen grew up like sisters, like, and still are like this. And we are actively like that with our children being like that. So like Erin and Ava literally are plotting consistently on how they fucking can't stand us because they don't live together. I just want to live near my family. What about my family? My family, my family, my family. So that was, again, like I said, like with that vacillation, like I'd be looking at white people like, what's wrong with y'all? But that, because I didn't grow up in the system of whiteness, I grew up Irish. Like, these are those distinct things. We all had cousins or friends that even became cousins. Very
That's
similar
what I'm
and
talking about.
parallel.
Cousins don't mean my sister.
It doesn't.
No, cousin is like, you have, if you're a certain age, you're my aunt or my uncle, or you're my cousin. Like, and let me tell you, it's really interesting because Indians do it too, right? So, like, when I was talking to like Davender's family, as much issues as I have with them, like, we understood instantly what we were talking about. Like, you know, because I was asking her like
Right.
about aunties or whatever, and she was like, "Yeah, like, it's like if there's a person who's important in your personal community, it doesn't matter if there's a blood relation, like." And you better respect them
right.
as if they are your aunt or your
When
cousin.
I say my aunt and my uncle, my Aunt Pat and my Uncle Ralph are not biologically that. And I put my Aunt Pat in my mother's fucking obituary as my aunt. And she is not biologically none of that. She is literally my Aunt Deidre's childhood friend, and they've just grown up together, right? Like, they were friends like since they're six.
Like my Uncle Wayman. My dad passed. It was my Uncle Wayman who was there with him to the very end. Like, to the very end, like, because he had cancer that metastasized to his brain. And like, I'm like, that is friendship, because these are some violent ass men. They were not some soft ass huggy, whatever.
Right.
Like, the dad was a cop and Wayman was a bounty hunter, just to give you some perspective. And like, he nursed my dad,
so
like, like, he nursed my dad to the end. Matter of fact, because I text my dad and my Uncle Wayman.
Oh, hold on a second. My friend Jennifer, she lives in Hawaii. I'll be trying to say it all right. She said, that's so cool. Hawaiians call me auntie. Right. It exists. That's what, so like at the end of this, like that's what it is. The call to action for white people is pathologize whiteness. Like, stop putting the lens every fucking where else. Stop looking at other people's community and trying to understand how and why it operates, and understand why your shit operates that way.
And recognize in that, in pathologizing whiteness, you are not pathologizing your inherent self. Like, I really
Please don't do that
shit. So because
that's a system issue. You are a product of that system as well.
Yeah, you are a product of that issue, but like, what happened, I know what happens a lot of the times with the people I work with who are white. I said this to a client the other day. I feel like I'm either screaming at white people to fucking do what you're saying, pay attention, or I'm like, yo, listen, you are a whole ass human. I'm gonna need you to get out of the gutter of guilt and recognize how that's serving absolutely no one, and that how that's also an exercise of white supremacy, and like, just give yourself some grace and learn better and do better. Like, I really need that to happen too. So
super simple. I mean, like, if they just join our community
for $5.55,
$5.55, and we too can liberate you.
Listen, and like, you, something that I want to celebrate is that I have gotten my community. I'm not done. When I say I'm not done, I'm getting everything organized until December 31st of 2022. So where like there is support there for you. That is the amount of intention that I'm putting into it. And like, I'm so excited. And like, it's so funny because I was listening to this thing earlier about like pricing offers and all this stuff. And I was like, this is why I struggled in the coaching community for so long, is because I listened to these conversations so much. And then to where you were like, but poor people deserve healing too. And I completely, when you said that, I was like, duh, like, yes. So like, do we have thousands of dollar offers? Yes. But like, we offer legit a lot of really good shit that we put a lot.
I literally, on top of that, today I posted, I was like, listen, there are people like I just don't understand it, right? Like, because like there are people that inbox me and like, I do want to join, but $5.55 is too much for them to spare. And that's very real. And people like, oh, people pay for what they want. Yo, 70% of Americans can't touch $400 right now. $400 ain't shit. I spent $400 this week on shit from Amazon because I just swipe and be like, oh, look at Morgan swinging a baseball bat. I guess she needs a baseball tee now. Like, yeah, here goes $30. Oh, Erin, you like that book? Here's another 30. Like, you know, and that's a huge fucking privilege. But I also live off of credit because it's the American way. But like,
I live off of my partner's income because it is Shemeka's way, and I spent $45 on merch based around a diary of a wimpy kid because Chancellor is
Right.
excited to read it.
Like, do you know how much money I was spending on PSLs? It's disgusting.
No, listen. Oh no, listen. Okay, but listen. I was fucking going to Barnes and Nobles every night for like 3 days in a row, but I have never seen him so excited for a book in the last few years. Like once he used to love being read too, but then once he learned how to read, those books were boring. Like the books that he was learning how to read with, and so he was just like, it's more fun to do other things. He would like rather write a story than read a story, and so the fact that he got to the point. Yeah, no, so but I just wanted him. I felt like he's so creative and so imaginative that there's so much in books. I wanted him to love books because I really felt like it would be an asset to him. And so the fact that he found a book that he's excited about, that he loves, like I did. Like I was frustrated because he was, but it wasn't an issue for me. But I recognize also that like as oppressed as I am in a lot of ways,
there's a lot of things that people don't realize. Like, so I hate that shit. I hate that inside of the coaching community, right? Like, well, people pay for what they want. Yeah, they do. I agree. But you can't pretend.
Sometimes they want rent and food. Like, and rent and food.
My famous line is like, but I gotta eat. Like, I want to do a lot of shit, but I gotta eat, right? Like, personally, if I could do this honestly for free, I mean, come on, we just spent 3 hours on this, right? Like, this is literally my passion. Like, this is my purpose. Like, I would literally, so like, I explain to people, like, today when I did my post, and shout out to Noelle, because Noelle absolutely, and Nicole, faithfully, and my cousin Davina, faithfully have paid like every single month and never come inside of my shit. Like they're not even linked up, right? Like they just support the energy. I have another friend of mine that paid $120 a month and didn't take none of my shit because they just was like, I really just can't do white women and spirituality. I recognize that that's your path and I see the vision, but I can't do it. But she, for a year, faithfully paid $120 a month. Like you're supporting the energy, right? Like of other people.
There's a group that I love. They're audaciously autistic, and they're doing.
Oh, I follow them.
Huh?
I started following them.
Yeah, so they do amazing work, and like I pay their Patreon, but I barely ever watch. And it's not that they're not doing great stuff. It's not. It's the exact opposite. Is that I have things that I'm doing in my life that isn't that, and I love that they're doing important work, and I want to support that work.
And you're supporting that.
Yeah.
So like there are people that like literally $5.55 is too fucking much. So you should sponsor somebody is my whole point. Look at Jennifer, going back to white women and not parenting and why they should pathologize family systems, said my grandfather was sent away in kindergarten, boarding school kindergarten, and he had his own nanny and cook. And some people would call that privileged. And I'm like, but is it? Because like she said, now he's estranged, he became estranged from his parents because you would be.
He was connected to them.
He was not, he didn't know those people.
Like, it's funny because like privilege for both of us is living a life to where we have as much proximity to our kids as we want. And as much support.
That is absolute privilege.
Like, no, I'm just saying, like,
my husband came over here and he's like, damn, I forgot what the fuck I wanted. He's just standing there looking all sexy.
Aw.
That's what you came over here for?
Don't put him on blast on the live.
I love him.
I have a soft spot for him because I feel like Des is a lot. I feel like he needs the.
That shit was delicious. No.
Yeah. Kids ain't that shit like looking all nigga. Hello. But every time I use that fish talk,
I like that. That fish was good to me.
When I give you regular black pepper salt, you straight. So,
no, I prefer it like you made it today. Can you, while you're here, could you dump that out for me, baby? Here, dump that for me. It's full. No. Yeah, come on, I'm on live right here.
You better get you a fucking bag and put that shit on the side of this.
Why are you talking to me like that in front of people?
You put it on blast, Des. You did that.
Yeah, but take it and just dump it in the trash. He said, I'm sorry.
She always be putting him on blast. Like, let me tell you.
Look. Let me show you some shit. There you go.
Thank you.
On the corner. Look at this. See that right there? Put on the corner one. Look. Why did? Help! Look at that. There it is, right there.
Bye.
You know you don't want
Oh.
to be on camera.
Talking to folks. I'm important, sir. You are so important. You're so important.
Man, I ain't want the whole bottle.
You can pour it into like that. Use the wine glass right there. There is nothing else, sir. Or look up there. Look up top. The big mug. The mug that says "Mom," right there next to the oatmeal. Uh-huh. He's so extra. Anyway, back to what the hell we were saying. What were we saying?
I don't remember.
And I don't have no fucking water. Yeah, he's talking to me.
I see you cussing at him and screaming at him, and like he's speaking to you very politely.
Can you turn the light back off, my love? Thank you. Appreciate it. What? Whose side are you on? You're my friends. Let's never forget.
I am your friend. No, it is because I am your friend that I am Team Mark. Like, you know, because he is like the whatever. A real friend will defend your relationship, and when you be an extra at being, he is not you.
He loves me extra. Thank you.
He is not you. He does not want to be blasted on live for the whole world.
Doesn't.
He doesn't. And you love pulling him in.
I do. He loves
and that is why I'm defending him. He's probably uncomfortable as hell knowing you live.
Let me see what Jennifer said. I watched the whole trial and cried with relief when he was not guilty because I did think about my sons and because I also paid attention to the law and the evidence. Talk about a broken system, though. Whoa. Our legal system is so broken and biased and racist and sexist. The McMichael trial has been a train wreck. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it is. It's cold as hell. Yeah. That's why I got the heat on. I mean, if you were fixing drinks, you could have fixed it.
So,
damn. He said, you don't need no liquor. You working. It's after hours. I could use a little bit of whiskey. Anywho, yeah, no, exactly that, right? Like, and I'm glad. And Jennifer, I love Jennifer. She does a lot of my energetic work. You guys should definitely hook up with her. She like pulls some serious shit. I get a lot of energy work done on myself, like in the background, right?
Oh,
she
me
like,
too. Or I wouldn't
she
be able
pulls
to
like all these cards and like does my body readings and like I don't even know how to explain all the shit that she does, but like, so we have a monthly thing. Like, I do like so much fucking energy work. It is absolutely absurd, but definitely necessary. But yeah, no, like that's really what it is like pathologize those white family systems and white communities. Because until we do that, and by we, I'm saying white people do that, we're going to keep going in these time loops. Because we keep just hollering and sharing memes and like, oh, but like get to the root of it. Because all we keep doing is limbing the tree. Right? Like we just keep, okay, we're going to trim this tree. We're going to trim that. We're going to blow the leaves off. But like apple trees were planted. You're not going to get fucking oranges from apple trees. Like uproot the shit and replant. Because that's where it started. Like that is the root of it. It's within the system of whiteness. It is within the disconnect from your own culture, the disconnect from your own community, the disconnect from your own self, your own fucking humanity. Like that's why a lot of my work that I do with people, I'm like, you first. Secure your own oxygen mask first. You can't do shit for me until you save you.
Legit, like, I mean, my evolution as an activist and an organizer is into a healer, right? Is that like I am entirely me first, entirely, like,
oh yeah,
entirely, and like
completely.
So much of the work that I do with people is about like, I always say this: if you're not selfish, so ish means about something.
You
right?
know, I always say that, girl. I say ish means a little bit.
And so if you're not selfish, then what the hell are you about? Like, who is for you? You know, like who is for you? Because it's like it is my own like that. Like when Dad says that she's a terrible person, she's like, but she doesn't act well. She does actually believe that but she's at peace with herself. Is my point. Yeah. I don't think that she's a terrible person, and that makes me a little bit uncomfortable that she says that. But it's not my business. So But the point that I'm making is that you can say that because you've done the work and come to peace with yourself and you accept you. And so it makes it that much easier to accept other people, right? But until you've accepted you, then like you're going to judge everybody on the same criteria that you're judging yourself, and then resent people when they're not
right.
tied
If
up
you
by
are
the
walking
same
around
thing.
full of shame, full of guilt, full of like, you are judging yourself consistently. I have zero judgment for myself. So I have no judgment for another person. It's like, oh, like, you know, when we were talking earlier about Laura, like, okay, great. That's just information for me. Like, oh, you did that 20 years ago? That's just information. That is not a judgment call on somebody else's life, right? Like,
Right.
It's just information. Like even like I said, like with being a racist, like, okay, that's information. I'm not safe around you in many ways. So
Well,
thank
and
you
I
for that
really,
information. Like,
and
I'm
I
good
would
on that.
love for
I
white
prefer
people
that.
to embrace the fact that they are racist and then choose to be anti-racist. Like, I feel like that would be so liberating for people to be like, yeah, I am racist. Like, not like how I say I am classist and then I don't talk about how I'm trying to fix that shit, right? Like, like just I am that. I really would love that. Like, oh my God.
But that's why I say I'm a horrible person. That's exactly it. It's like, because like, here's what it is. It's like, I'm okay with that because, like I said, when I walk through, like when you see that man and he's dressed in a tutu with his lipstick, like the first word that comes to my head is not, it's the F word. Absolutely. Look at this fucking, like, first thing, because it's what I was trained with. It's what society says. It's all of those things, right? Second level to that is like, oh, this man is probably gay. Third level. And by the time you really start unpacking all of the healing, right? Like it's just a human being having a human experience.
That to be like relatable to other people. I guess what bothers me though, when you say that, is because I think you're an amazing person because you do go to those levels. You do that work.
But initially, what I'm saying is that I don't get to forget that I was not always there. Right. So it's my own little reminder, right? Like, it's okay. It's okay that my first initial reaction a few years ago was absolutely the F word. Like, that's just truth, right? Like, I'm not emotionally attached to that. I'm not going to be like, I would never call somebody a faggot. Yes, you would. That's okay. The fact that you admit that you did, you thought it, and now why? Like, do I really feel like that? Like, where did that come from?
Right.
Where did that come from? Because it doesn't come from nowhere, right? Like earlier on, Jordan said we did evolve to have prejudice and biases. Like that, he's right. Like that is an evolutionary thing. Where did that come from? Where did your racism come from? So if you know, like one time I made a post and I said, if I post something that says niggas in it, don't just, if you think it's just applying to black people, unpack that. Because if I'm saying like niggas is foul or niggas is doing stupid shit, like I mean men.
Men.
I mean men. Niggas means men. Like white men, green men, Indian men, Pakistani men. If I say niggas is doing trifling shit, it means men. And if you are a white person and you saw niggas is doing shit and you were like, oh, she's talking to black people, unpack that. Unpack that, because that is an implicit bias that you really equate the word nigga with black people, period. Not on some
not the way that black people use it, right? Like
not the way black people use it. You didn't hear it that way. You heard nigga and equated it and conflated it. You heard it with the ER and you conflated that with black people, and you need to fucking unpack that. And that makes you a horrible person. And it's okay to be horrible. But makes you an amazing, but what I'm saying is what makes you amazing.
But let me tell you, no, there's a difference. I think that not unpacking that makes you a person who is difficult to be around, right? But once you enter that lane where you unpack it, and I'm not going to put this person's name on blast, but you know it, anybody in our community know it. Recently, somebody in our community like recognized their own bias in a situation and then like was like unpacking it publicly, and I was like, yes, like, you know, and then even saying, okay, and then I'm a little bit stuck because I'm not sure if this is like my trauma or if this is like a prejudice. And I was like, this is the work, like, right? It's, and then like we were discussing it and breaking it down, and it wasn't like, oh, am I a bad person? Yes, you're horrible. It was like, let's really navigate. What do you assume when you see this? What do you assume when you say
Right.
that? Let's
And like
make
I said,
that
I
aware.
really use the term horrible loosely. It's kind of like, it's almost like a reclamation, like we do with the word nigga in between black people, or we do with the word bitch with inside of women, right? Like, I'm okay. That's what I mean. It's like a reclamation. It's like people are so busy trying to be a good person, not trying to be a bad person. Like, it's okay. You're fucked up. Like, I've been fucked up. I've been horrible. Like, I didn't wake up this fucking enlightened. You know what I'm saying? I didn't wake up. I'm not like, even like if you learn or study in like Buddhism, right? Like, you cannot consistently stay in Buddhahood. Like, like there are 10 worlds and you will travel through them, right? Like, you are not always a fucking bodhisattva. I was not always this person that people like. Right? Like, I was very unlikable. Are there many reasons why? Was that my own trauma? Was that me keeping up walls? Was that me not wanting people in? Was that my inner child healing work? All of those things are true. But what I'm saying is like, for me, it's more of like a reclamation, like I said, like, right? And it gives people that freedom. Like I said, like when I post stuff about the kids, or when I have shared,
you know what,
about me and Mark's separations, it's like, it gives other people the freedom, like, I'm human.
Right.
And if you really do think that about me, then like, that's great. I'm a reflection of you. If you really think I'm this amazing person, or like, God damn, I want to be a little bit better, I want to be a little bit like Des, like, that's fucking wonderful. I hope that I inspire you to do that. But I'm not going to front like I've always been this. Right? Like, I'm not going to front like this relationship has always been great. Like, here's our, we do take $700 fucking holiday photos, but you also going to hear me talk about, I know this nigga did not just leave me with 2 motherfucking kids and bounce to Colorado. I'm going to kill this motherfucker. Like, I'm buying an RV. Who's riding? He's going to take these kids. Like, and you have to see it all. You have to see the full breadth of humanity. Like, you can't want to see somebody and admire them, respect them, think they're awesome, and not know the whole journey.
I know. I think, no, let me tell you, Des, it's not your issue. It's the demographic that I work with. So that's like one of the buzzwords that like my client, which you would not largely be my ideal client. Like, I could probably help you navigate. I think the only thing I can help you navigate is unpacking like anti-queerness, anti-transness kind of.
Mikkel said something. Hold on. Mikkel said, that's why I say that personal development is dangerous. People unconsciously use it to prop up perfectionism and avoid excise negative feelings and harmful traits. Accept all of you and fucking sit with it. Agreed.
Yeah. So like, I think the problem is for me, like a lot of people's inner child wounds is that they think they are a bad person. Like, they are unworthy of great things. So I think that that's the reason why, like, because of the niche that I work in, when you say that, it's like, oh, don't say that, because, you know, little
I
kids
get that.
like,
yeah, because you do address the whole child thing. Yeah. But
I know that's not what you mean. Like, I know.
But hold on. Let me tell you about Kieran. And I was like, oh my God, this is so beautiful, right? He had a friend over the other day, and he talks very sardonically, right? Like, he was like, oh, like he said, oh, I'm so dumb, or something that was like self-deprecating. He didn't say dumb. I don't remember what it was, but it really wasn't like, it wasn't a bad thing. And I got what he was saying, and I know him, and I know how he communicates. Kieran ran over to him, grabbed him by his cheeks, and was like, you are not that. You are so kind, and you are my friend. And I was like,
that's so sweet.
No, like, that fucking moment is like, yo, this gentle parenting is fucking worth it, even when I want to body slam that motherfucker. Like, right, because trauma. Like, and growing up violent, I'd be like, yo, y'all do know, like, hitting kids is normal where I come from. Like, but like, acting,
Morgan knows, and not because she's hit, by the way.
No, Morgan is just violent. She chooses violence every goddamn day. But like, literally, like, it's those small moments And it made me think about you and your inner child work. And that's why I wanted to like interrupt you because
yes, because
I
that's
do,
so beautiful.
yeah, and I do understand why you consistently want to do that because you want to speak to the kid in me. The kid in me, so for me, so you don't have to do it. The kid in me that actually was horrible or did a lot of horrible things did not think she was horrible. That bitch just knew she was everything and right. She was Morgan. Like, and I'm like, you just bit him in the face. She's like, and
No, I
did
know.
it.
Like, I really feel like a lot of that's why I call you soft and gentle and those things is because that's your shadow work. Like, that's Des' shadow work is really owning and claiming all of those beautiful, sensitive parts. Because, like, it's so funny. You're so
I do claim
hard
those
and
things.
have
I
a
do.
whole
Look at me. I just was
attitude.
fawning over my husband. Like,
No,
I do.
no, but you always
I
do
do.
it in a very like you just.
I'm from the Bronx. This is
I
a part.
know.
I'm a product of my environment, and I love my environment.
I know, and I love all of you, even those parts that you're like Morgan, like you in everybody's face, and then 5 seconds later, you're just like, oh,
Right.
and like,
I told you, like the shadow work and really like recognizing how much Mark loves me is literally how much he's amused by
that's the
that
shit
happy
that Morgan
crazy.
does that frustrates you. That you be like,
Right.
really? And
And
he's
he is
amused.
literally amused by her. Like she will come in the room and she'd be like talking shit and roll her eyes. Like the other night he texted me, he's like, yo, she is laying in bed, rolling her eyes at me every time I look at her. She mad as hell. And he's tickled by that. And I'm like, you're fucking sick. But I realize that you love me so deep because I am that person, right? I'd be like,
You and Morgan together are funny
and then I'm
because
like,
let
give
me
me kiss.
tell you, they will fuss at each other like you think they about to like fight, and then let one of them need anything, and it'll be like, "Oh, I love you. You want a hug? He's so sweet," and like that in a split second.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
like,
yeah. It's like, listen, I'm like,
they're
I
funny.
recognize it.
They're
And like
so
I
funny.
said, like with my older child, like I definitely see she's absolutely A. She is 100% right. I definitely traumatized her because she was just a child from a different generation. But I was 17 when I had her, right? Like, so my love language is not what she needed, right? Like I
Right.
am not like my love is toxic, right? Like when I joke and I'm like, I'm toxic. Like you don't want these problems. Like I recognize that, right? Like we are like the family. Like I always say, we put the fun in dysfunctional. But like you can't fucking touch us, and we love each other so fucking hard and so fucking fiercely. But we're not gonna be. We're not all like, oh, we don't do that, right? But like I said, you got to know who people came from. You have to know and connect to who you are, right? Like I said, my grandparents were fucking immigrants. They didn't have time for that shit. They were raising fucking kids in New York City in the fucking projects, having kids. And then, like, my grandmother literally, like, they were Catholic, right? So, like, there's no birth control.
Birth control.
She was having kids, and, like, she like was burying children and then pregnant with the next one, right? Like literally she had a kid, he died 10 months later. She had another kid. That kid died. 10 months later, there was another, like there's like there my grandmother has Irish quadruplets, 3 living. Right? Like literally they're all like 11 months apart. So when you start really learning people's stories, you understand them. So yes, did she have her problems? Was she abusive? Was she all of that? Yes. But again, back to that whole ass human, right? Like when you're an adult and you sit with that and you start putting those numbers together and you think this person left the country that she's known her whole life, where her entire family is, her entire lineage is, to come to another fucking country and then deal with the death of her children. And then my grandfather wound up having MS and was in a fucking wheel. Yeah, I'm drinking and beating some kids, most likely. Okay, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Shot for you, grandma. You know what I mean? Like I get it. Yeah, Slanta. Like, hey, best of wishes. May you rest well. You know, like you start really recognizing the wholeness, right? So then you start, right? Like I said, back to that call to action on pathologizing white family systems, right? So then when my mom and her sisters came out of that and then were also abusive in their ways, right? And you start unpacking that and you recognize that. And like each of us have done better than that generation before, right? So like now you have me and my cousins, and we are like actively not trying to hit our kids. We're trying not to fucking curse them out. And like, and it's like, you know, we're talking to each other. It's like, yo, did you want to fuck her up today? I'm like, yo, if I could take these 3 fucking kids and bang their fucking heads together at the same time, I would feel great. Like that's being honest, right? Like that's real. And like, and that allows us to go deeper into that work. Right. And so then, but I didn't have that framework with Jade and Andrea. Right. Like, so though they didn't get what I got, they damn sure ain't get with these kids again. Right. Like, and then these kids will do
because I've seen you work really hard through your activation with Kieran, like with schoolwork. Like sometimes he'll do stuff that I'm just like, he's being a 5-year-old. And
I'm like,
you like that's so constantly like, you know, my nervous system is not built for
I'm
this.
like, I'm dysregulated.
She says that to her kids. You know, my nervous system was not built for this.
My brain does not work like this.
Like, that's what she's saying. My brain does not work like this.
My brain does not work like this. My system is dysregulated, and we could just fucking end class because I will fucking have a fucking breakdown.
But you work through it, is my point. Is that like it's not like you have your moments and then you're like, okay, let me take a break and like come to that. So I'm saying I can see the evolution because I can see you working through
actively
working through.
But part of that also, that's what I'm so back to that whole thing is like, that's why it's like, it's okay. What it comes down to is like, you know, like my shirt that I have, like, it's okay to not be okay. Like that's like, and trying to step out of
that helped me so much.
I guess so. My
and trying to step into these situations, thinking you already have it together, thinking you could be an ally, thinking you can do this work, and you're not okay. Like you're not okay. Your house is falling apart. You don't even understand your own systems, your own families, your own communities. You haven't even forgiven your own people.
Right.
You can't come into, because now you want to come in and now you're stepping into other people's community violent because you don't understand how community actually works. And it's not your place. You're not even fucking, you're not like, you know, there's one person in the community that is absolutely one of the most hated fucking white women on TikTok. And bless her goddamn soul, she knows how fucking problematic she is, right? And she has a lot of marginalizations and intersections of her own, right? And like, but I love her. I legitimately love her because she fucking shows up, and I can fucking talk to her, and like I can unpack it with her, even if it takes me 2 hours. She's listening. And she's loud and motherfucking wrong. And y'all could go to my TikTok and see me going back and forth with her, right? Like, and and I'm like, sis, you are loud and fucking wrong. But no, but da-da-da-da. And I'm like, no, okay, I hear you. And like, but what I'm saying is your energy would be better placed in your community. Like you're stepping out of your community into our community, loud, wrong, and that makes you violent. Therefore, you're perpetuating something. And she's like, it took a bunch of fucking TikToks and conversations and private texts to get it. But I love that she shows up and not okay. And she's like, I'm going to get this wrong. She's very loud about like, I'm going to get this wrong. I know I'm going to get this wrong. And I'm like, it almost seems like you're actively trying to get this wrong. Like, I need you to kind of rein it in a little bit so you're not consistently so fucking wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's that. It is the like, oh, I do need to. I'm like, yo, take that same energy and go ask white men the same thing that you're asking black men.
I think for me, it is like, you know, it's like codependency is like this. So I'm going to save you or you're going to save me because I can't save myself. Right. And like when you learn to be your own rescue, then then that's just it. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was saying, like, I really hate that Des says that she's a terrible person. But then I said, but that's none of my business. Like I have checked in with her as my friend to make sure she's okay. And she is 100% okay with that. And so like I know why it bothers me because of like who I work with, but also that's just like not any of my business. And when I say it's not my business, I mean literally, it is not my affair. It is not something for me to enter in and manipulate. It's just not my business. And when you, because I have my own business, I have a lot of business. Like,
So much.
like, you know what I'm saying? Like most of the time,
And that's what it is. It's like it's the denial of them wanting to deal with their business. When we're talking about like, it's because y'all not trying to do the work where the work needs to be. So you're going to be all up in Black people's business. That's what we say when we're like, yo, this is Black people's business. Stay out of it. Oh, well, and then they get activated, right? Like then you get the people like, oh, well, then like this is why people can't be allies. No, you can't be an ally because you haven't figured out why you don't like your brother. Like you can't understand this conversation. And I don't give a fuck how much AAVE. You don't even understand the context of it all. You don't understand the love. Like, right? Like I will fucking write on every fucking Black person's fucking comment underneath it. And I'm like, oh my God, I fucking hate you so much. And they get that instantly, right? Like, and I've had a few of my like white liberal friends that be like, why we shouldn't use these words. And I'm like, if you don't get the fuck off of this here, this is
yeah, because you normally greet me like, hey bitch, what's up?
Yeah, like, yeah. You called the other day, I'm like, what's up, bitch?
And that feels so good. Like now, don't anybody else go do that. But like that feels so good because it's community.
It does
right?
feel
like,
good. That feels good.
It feels.
It does feel good, right? It's
I like being called bitch. I'm sorry. Yeah. by my friends. Go ahead.
Like it really, really does. And I do this like, and it's not to say like I think that sometimes white allies get confused, and I'm using the term because y'all use it because I don't like it. But they get confused, right? Like, and it's like those relationships, I do that. Leah is one of my closest friends, like literally family. Like this is like if the closest thing I will have, like at this point, like to a sister wife. Literally, she's Kieran's goddess mom. Kieran calls her Mommy Leah, like literally. And then that's Aaron's best friend's mom. Like, so like she's family, she's forever, she's a keeper, right? And like, but she is like the most loving light and like genuinely like loving light, right? Like happy, tiny little white woman, like, hello. That's her voice. That's literally, hi. I can't even do it. It's so fucking high pitched and like happy. And I talk to her the same way. And that is community, right? Like, and she doesn't code switch. She doesn't start pulling out new AAVE language. Like the connection comes from being actually connected.
Right. Like, no, and
she's not like, hey girl. I'm like, I would be like, that would be weird. Like, that's not how she talks, right? Like all of those things come in from connection, and simply just trying to step out and be inside of a community without understanding your own community. So you wouldn't have to come into Black communities and Black spaces and try to understand and navigate Black spaces if you put that energy on understanding community and creating that within inside of whiteness. Because
can I ask a quick question about that?
Separation of that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So because I want to make sure, because I used to do a lot of posting. And also I want to say that ties into something else I wanted to say earlier. This, as we had this meeting tonight, and as I heard you both, I realized that for me, I was definitely pulled into the trial. For me, I was pulled in from kind of a political, standpoint, because I was like, oh, he's a Trump supporter. Oh, he was going to, he was going to break up the Black Lives Matter. What the heck? So that part I was, yeah. But so what I was going to say is, I used to post constantly all kinds of Black Lives Matter stuff and all kinds of, because I saw the injustice and I was angry. And of course, my children are Black, etc. But the thing is, as I started to hear like what y'all are saying tonight, like about, take that energy and blah, blah, and stuff. And sometimes it's like, once my friend said to me, don't comment on a Black topic, because I had commented. So I'm learning now, and I'm shivering because I'm sitting out here outside, but I'm learning now that that's not always good. So I was going to ask you, what extent like, is it wrong that I joined this tonight? Am I kind of in, like, shouldn't have,
Let me be
like,
very clear on if it was wrong, you wouldn't be here. I have
Okay.
zero.
Very good.
What I don't do,
Not
like
really.
don't do, we don't tap dance for white people. We don't live
Okay.
underneath the white gaze, and I don't give a fuck about making nobody comfortable, ever. So like, ever. Like literally,
Okay.
I actively like. I'm shocked I have so many white friends. like, because I don't do that, right? Like, but that's
Yeah.
also my own way of vetting the white people that are around me,
But
because they know that I am not trying to do that. So no, you absolutely had space here. That's why you were given.
Oh, thanks. Okay, I was just checking.
no,
Okay,
see, that's the thing, Laura. That's when we're talking about community. Is that I can't speak for all
Community
Black people because we're not a monolith. But for even the average Black person, right, who's not in the deepest trenches of trauma, has no problem with being in community with a white person.
with anybody, because we understand community.
Right. I was like,
Right.
is that person capable of being in community? That is the thing. And so it's like very interesting. Like I have, and let me tell you what I mean by this, because there was this one point when I was like doing some hardcore organizing, there was this group that organized around reproductive rights, and they were specifically advocating for marginalized communities, Black communities, and young people, but it was ran by a bunch of middle-class, middle-aged white women. And they were saying, why don't Black people want to come to our organizations? Why don't Black people want to join our events? And I was like, listen, this is the thing. You aren't safe. I've never been to your meeting, but I can tell you that you're not safe, because Black people do care about these things, right? So they would be there if you were doing what needed to be done. But the cost of being in community with you is higher than the benefit of whatever you're bringing. And I can tell
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
automatically.
And for me, that goes right back to that pathologizing white systems, right?
Right.
Because it goes that they're placing the onus on, why don't Black people show up to PTAs? Why don't Black people show up to the neighborhood meetings? It's like, because y'all don't know how to fucking be in community, right? Like,
yep. And I freaking hate PTA and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I can't stand all that.
If I'm sharing a grievance that impacts me as a Black person inside of the neighborhood, and you are just kind of shutting it down, like, oh no, don't be ridiculous, that's not real, that's not true. But you're not in community, and like I can't fuck with you because you're not trying to hear me. You're not trying to hear me, so why the fuck should I show up? So it's really not us, like what Shamika is saying, right? And that is why I'm saying the call to action for white people is to pathologize whiteness. Why can't y'all be in a community? Why can't y'all? And it's not to exclude anybody, because like Lord knows my community like is the full breadth of humanity, right? Like Shamika, like specifically inside of the online healing community, Shamika is genderless. Like they, them is just because we have labels now, but like Shamika has zero gender, right? Saber is another like one. I'm just talking about the host, not necessarily the community people, because it's not my place to disclose the people who are in there, but Shamika is genderless. Saber is trans and disabled, right? Like I myself apparently am queer. Turn up. But no, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm me. Like that's enough marginalization. You know what I'm saying? Like you have Safi. Yeah, Safi's an immigrant and a lesbian. Like who else is a host? Karen. She's a Karen. Her name is Karen. Her name is Karen. She's a thin white woman in Boston. Like, she's definitely, you know, like an idea of like, would that person be in community? But yes, because Karen has shown up consistently. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so now she's hosting a space inside of there, right? So like, you have all of these people. Ricky, she teaches like the Wicca stuff. She's a large-bodied disabled veteran. Like, so what happens is when you create real community, that's what I'm saying, those labels fall away. You're talking about liberation. Now we're beyond color, gender, sexual identity. We're beyond all of that. And we're just here for the liberation of all of those who are in here. So I don't even look at my community and be like, okay, I got 5 white people, a white guy, and you know, I don't look at that. I'm just in my community. Right.
So that's why I was gonna say that you're in community with us. It's not like the only time you talk to us is because you want to talk about the Rittenhouse verdict or because you want to talk about this Black issue. Like, you live in community with us, and so why wouldn't you have a communal conversation with us? That's one thing to consider. Two, where is your place? Finding your place. Where is, I know people always say, like, learn how to decenter yourself, but like, I disagree. I want people to really learn how to center themselves, to learn how to code switch, to learn who am I, and where do I place myself in different situations. And like, it takes time to learn. It is what our children learn as soon as they leave our house and go to any sort of like camp or school or church event, because then they have left their environment of just them being them, and now they have to go navigate y'all shit, right? And so we've learned how to do that. And so now you're like, okay, if I'm not oppressive, I don't know quite how to place myself. Like, I don't know if I can share those memes, or I don't know if I can do this. And it's a checkbox, right? Like, that's where that's like where white women kind of fall. Yeah, like, there is no checkbox, right? Like, first of all, be wrong, Laura. Like, speak up when you want to speak up, take up space when you want to take up space, recognize the effect that had, and is that congruent with the desire you wanted it to have? If you took up space and you were taking up space from someone who actually needed it, then you'll see that. You'll see that people are being silenced. If you're listening, you'll hear it. And then learn to adjust, right? Like, if I were on this stage and we were talking about like global issues, and we had immigrants or people who were from places that like the US is oppressing, then I would take up less space. I would make sure, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know where my privilege is. I know where those things are. And like, I don't have to get it right, is my point. So like, I want you to just release the whole notion of trying to get it right, and then just hear us. What we're really saying is not so much as don't share the meme. I think what's more important is, why are you sharing the meme? Are you sharing the meme because you are virtue signaling and saying, oh, look at me, I'm a good person? Or are you sharing the meme because to the rest of your white people, you're like, yo, in case you missed it, Black Lives Matter. Like, in case
and it is, I try to educate. Yeah, I was trying to educate. I mean, but again, that might sound like the same thing.
Right? And like you're like Shamika said earlier, we're not a monolith. So also get comfortable with pushback.
Right.
There's gonna be some Black people that's like, you shouldn't be in here, you shouldn't be saying that.
Yeah.
And that's okay. You're not in their community, right? Like, and you could be like, okay, I hear you. Don't argue back. Like, because you're not in community with them as a Black person. Like, right? Like, that's another issue that I have with that word ally, is like, you are not every fucking, again, we're not pets. You don't get to say I'm an ally to Black people. Like, the fuck are you? Listen to yourself.
Yeah, I think it's also important for everybody who's listening who is not Black. It is important. It is like central to both Desiree and ours core value to work with people of all races. Not like, oh, we have to be, but like recognizing that the work requires everybody to do the work. So there's a lot of Black people who like, I don't have the energy. I don't want to share space with white people who are doing their
don't follow them to do that.
Yeah, not that they don't think the healing is required. They just don't desire to share that space. And like, that's valid for their path. I'm just saying that like, within our space, we like to create freedom. And I'm speaking for both of us, so tell me if I'm wrong, Desiree, but we like to create freedom for people to be authentically wrong and to be authentically growing. Like, right? Like, we're not coming here saying we've got it all together. We have our shit that's perfect. That's not what we're doing. That is not the point.
Pulling apart at the seams. No.
No, but we have found large measures of liberation in our lives. And we can see how we're sharing community with people who are being trapped by these mindsets and these systems. And so we're like, we're all more free. The more free you get, the more free I am, right? And so like, that's part of our ethics and our value system. So like, within our community, I think we do when I say allow, I'm saying compared to other Black communities, like communities that are like, you know, whatever. Like, I think there is more freedom in that regard, but it's also because we attract some pretty amazing people. Like, there's not people.
I also want to interject with that is like I said, I want to remind people that are listening that are not Black. like what you said, is those that are willing to do the work, that are Black people of color that are willing to do the work, that's where you go. You don't get to then step out and be like, well, Shamika and Desiree are teaching white people. Why aren't you? Like, because they don't fucking owe you. Nobody owes you anything, right? And I want to give a
Right.
little bit of pushback on the code switching thing, which again goes back to that full circle on why we need to pathologize white systems, right? It's like all of this shit came out of white people losing their culture. They code switch too, right? Like if you think about, like when you think about WASPs, right? We all know what WASPs are, like white Anglo-Saxon.
Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Yeah. So when you think about that,
Okay.
right, they sounded very much like the British, right? Like people would still take etiquette classes. Like if you were upper class and white, you took etiquette classes, you knew how to have proper tea. They were still mimicking the rich life.
That's not what I meant when I said code switching, though.
No,
What
I know,
meant-
but I'm talking to white people.
Okay.
So like you know what I'm saying? Like so, like that was their form, right? Like taking away ethnic names, the same thing that we have been forced to do in America, is only because they were forced to do it. And until they pathologize their own systems, we will continue to, like how what you said, Shamika, with in regard to like, I'm only as free as you are. Right? Like
Yeah, because they were shortening the names of the
right, like
Italians. Because my
this
grandfather came
liberation,
from Italy.
exactly. This liberation has to be hand in hand. And if you didn't come for liberation, you can't do a fucking thing for me. And you better want to liberate yourself first, right? Like Nicolas Cage, to Laura's point, is like Nikolai Collagino or some shit, right? But like
Yeah,
they
because my
shorten
friend, I
the
won't say her name, but yeah, they
shorten the
mispronounce
Italian.
it, and she told me they said that was to make it sound more English or whatever.
Exactly.
But
It's like
it's
when they say
yeah,
anglicize a name, right? Like when Anglo-Saxon faces, like it was a huge thing within the Jewish community to get fucking nose jobs at like 16. That was like a great gift. So they didn't have like their pronounced Jewish features. Like until we really pathologize white systems, we won't even understand. So that's what I mean about the code switching, is like they consistently pathologize Black. Like, well, why do y'all do that? You know, why do you do it? Why is every fucking kid in your goddamn family named Kimberly and you're Lithuanian?
I guess when I say code switch, I mean when you enter other communities, knowing how to enter their community, right? So like when like what I was talking about, like when I go to a Catholic church, I don't take communion.
Oh yeah, no,
But if
I
I went to
understand
a
exactly what you meant. Again, I'm
Okay.
specifically speaking about
Okay.
white people and how they need to pathologize. I know exactly what you meant. Is that, see, Black people have been forced consistently to learn how to show up in other people's communities, right? Whether it's for survival, acceptance, or the myriad of reasons. Just existing in America, being Black means fucking doing goddamn gymnastics. So like that, I'm not, but what I'm talking about is like when we're talking about the call to action from this whole entire conversation and pathologizing whiteness,
what I'm saying is even if we don't call it code switching, what I was saying to Laura to answer her question specifically was that what I mean is when I was talking about like the Catholic situation, like I'm explaining this to Laura, Des, not to you. It's like, okay, let's not use that language. But the point that I'm making is having that sense of awareness, right? That like, okay, if I went to a Baptist or any other Protestant church thing and like communion was a part of that service, I would take communion because that is the ethos of that is for everyone, right? But like I recognize that if I did that in a Catholic church, first of all, that's not my community. I'm not Catholic. I would be violating their ethos, their traditions, their standards. And so I'm welcome there enthusiastically because I respect their community, even though I'm not a part of their community. Like I'm able to visit their community. I don't have to apologize that I'm not Catholic. I don't have to explain my spiritual path. None of that shit's required of me. Nobody asks any questions. They're just like, hey, what's up? Because I respect the culture that I entered. I respect the community that I entered. And so that's what I meant, is learning. Because what happens with white people a lot of times is they'll enter other people's communities and then criticize those communities for not working the way their community works, right? Like,
no, I have a problem with it too. Yeah, I know what you mean.
So like a white version of me would have gone to the Catholic church and would have been like, well, according to my beliefs, I can take communion and like disrupt the whole fucking service, do all of these other kind of things. Well, it's like, why? right? That's what I mean by like learning your place in a situation is not like you're less than or anything, but it's really about like if you respect the people that you're sharing space with, then that's really all that's required. Everything, every action that comes from that will be reciprocated. But if you're not coming there with that genuine authenticity, like respect of who they are and learning what that means for them, then that's where you're going to get pushed back constantly, right?
So
Right.
like I agree and I align with that. But what I'm saying is that, you know, like sometimes I speak white. So like what I'm saying is like to pathologize it is to look all the way back. Because see, what white people do is exactly what you do, what you just said and described. Can you turn off the light, my love? Is they do step out. This is what I mean by white people will step out of their space and go into other spaces violently. Right? Like, I'm tearing up all of this shit. Why I can't have communion? I don't understand. Like, I like, doesn't God love me too? And it's like, yo, it's Sunday Mass and we're fucking Catholics and you just don't get to get that. Okay.
Like
And like, I can't respect it. But like, bye, baby, I love you. But what I'm saying is within that, and we could use the language of code switching and pathologizing whiteness is like when I specifically speak with white people and talk about like their genetic healing and their ancestral healing is knowing where that comes from, right? Like getting back to the root is because you were forced to do this for so long. The reason why they show up in these spaces violently is because they haven't healed the fact that like you were forced to do all of this. You were forced to lose ethnic names. You were forced to lose ethnic characteristics. You hate Black people with their blackness.
It's the hurt that causes the hurt that they're perpetuating is what you're saying.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
That's what you're
right.
Okay,
like what is causing you to do this and go and pathologize that. What you hate is you like I am very intentional. My children have extremely Irish names. They are Erin, Kieran, Morrigan. Like Erin, I made sure Morgan's name is not anglicized. It is Morrigian. Like, I might have spelled that wrong, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, wait, too many I's somewhere. But my point is like, I didn't make it American. It's not Morgan. It is Morrigan. It is Irish. Kieran is Kieran. Erin is Erin. I did not anglicize their names because it is important that they understand their culture and they don't need to do that. They don't need to diminish that, right? So when I'm saying with white people pathologizing that and stepping back into their culture, you need to see what was taken from you. So you don't want to step into somebody else's space and take from them. They go into that Catholic church with the attitude back to your inner child's healing. It's like I talked with Saber on my podcast, and I think it was like why white people need ancestral healing, some shit like that. Why white people need to heal. And like my example of like white women energy is that of a toddler energy. I was like, I am here right now recording my podcast, and my son, I think it was like 4 at the time, maybe it was 5, I don't fucking know. But I was like, he would literally come in here, see me set up with my ring light, I have a big ass microphone, like with the fucking booth so I could dim the sound. I was like, this motherfucker will come in here, kick the door open like ATF, do a tuck and roll, shoot me in the face with a fucking Nerf gun, and then say, here, look at my dinosaur. I love you. And that is white energy. Like, it is that
like
inner
why,
child healing.
right?
It is that inner child healing. It is that. And unless they don't understand what it is that they're looking for, that's what I mean about you need to know that you code switched first. Right? Your grandparents that got here and were immigrants didn't even speak their fucking language because white America demanded them to speak English. Though they claim that
my dad doesn't really know much except the cuss words. Right. And I was like, Dad, why don't you know Italian? And it was like, well, we had to speak English. Yeah.
You had to speak English because if you had an accent, if you spoke another fucking language, if you did any of those kinds of things, you weren't white. You couldn't survive. Now you were a WAP, right? Because that's what they used to call the Italians, without papers. Or you're Irish if you spoke Gaelic, right? And like you did. Paddy wagon literally comes from, they thought it was funny to round up the Irish from the bar. They're like, oh, let's go round up the Irish. Haha, grab the paddy wagon. Because they used to call the Irish paddies or mix. But when you know, like, Mick means son of, you take pride in that. Like, yeah, my grandmother's Mick Sherry because she's from that line. And there's a pride in that. So that's what I mean about, like, when we pathologize the loss of their own culture. You won't step into somebody else's cultural practices because you're healing what was stolen from you. Like, you should be mad at whiteness too, because we're just newly being forced into this. They're so used to this shit. Like, that's why they have the whole get over it attitude, right? We are fighting back because this is new for us. This is only 400 years. They've been living like this for thousands. So we're like, no, we're not giving up our names. Yep, I'm naming my kid Shaquisha. I don't fucking know Africa because I'm not African. I'm black, and a black American name is Shaquisha, and we're good with that. Yep, Daquan and them. Yup. And there's like, I'm sorry that you didn't want to claim your heritage and you named your kid Kelly. I don't know what to tell you. You're fucking Romanian. Why is your kids not named Gertrude after their grandmother? I'm sorry. That's your loss. That's what I mean about shifting that paradigm of we consistently pathologize other shit without getting to the root and the issue of whiteness and the system of whiteness. That they step into our spaces, into other people's communities violent because they have not healed what was taken from them. You lost your names. You lost your spiritual practices. You lost your features. All of y'all were fucking straightening your hair too. Well, why do black women straighten your hair? Bitch, half of y'all running around here with 2C curly hair, but y'all damn sure blow drying that shit straight, got flat irons and everything because y'all trying to look white as you could possibly be. You're going to press out your like ethnic curl too. Like, miss me with it. That's what I'm talking about when I'm saying, like, the call to action is pathologizing whiteness. Like, you don't need to worry about what's going on in nobody else's community until you take care of what's going on in your community, what you lost in your culture, what you lost through your own forced assimilation into the system of whiteness. The only reason why it's not working for black people the way it is because we're melanated. But they want to force us to assimilate in those kinds of ways. And then when they step out of those communities, because what happens is it's like fat white girls. Oh, black men love me. Yeah, because you're hated in your community. Like, let's do that. Like, instead of you coming out and saying, oh, well, like, black women hate me because black men love me. No, bitch, white America hates you because you're fat. And that's just not the idea of beauty for white America. You're supposed to be a size 2. And black men just happen to love larger women because they've been in community with women that are buxom. And you just happen to be that too. So, like, instead of being like, wow, I'm being loved and embraced for the body that I'm in, they want to turn that turmoil of not being accepted in their own community and now put it onto us. And we're supposed to bear the weight of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, well, why can't do this? And like, it's all of those things. Like, as you see, like, white people stepping more, the black fishing, the extra tanning, the lip plumping, all of the, they're doing the curly hair. And so they could look like what the idea of biracial is, or mixed, or racially ambiguous, is really because of their harm. Like, it's cool to just be pale and white. Like, oh my God, that's cool too. It's cool to not get BBLs. Like, you got to learn why you were hated for just being who you were too. Then you wouldn't step into anybody else's community and perpetuate that, right? Like, back to the hurt people. You have not healed that inner child wound that's generational. That were people that literally, like, before the Irish became white, we were here 100 fucking years being treated like dogs in the fucking street. You could Google old newspaper articles, right?
No, I mean, buildings used to say, like, no dogs, no blacks, no Irish.
Yeah, I have a shirt that says that, and my shirt says more Irish, more dogs, more blacks, right? Like, because, like, yeah, that was a really big thing, and those were huge billboards in the UK. Like, that's where that statement came from, right? And like, for 100 years, from the time of the famine until like the mid 1900s, when we realized we could assimilate. You could stop speaking Gaelic. You could drop your
last name.
You could change your last name. You could not give your kids, Irish names, right? Like, we could assimilate. we could be safe.
But you know
Because
what, Des? I
we're
don't
tired.
think that it's just that Black people are melanated and why we can't. Because I think there is a hardcore class of white people like Herman Cain who are fighting for the assimilation of Black people, right?
I think that that's a trauma response.
No, I absolutely think it's a trauma response.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
I think that's it, but that's just a trauma response. Who doesn't? I also think we gotta have this conversation. I think that's why a lot of Black men have children with white women.
Oh no, I agree. I agree with that too. What I'm saying is that I also think that there is a hardcore, like I know for me, it was more of a when you are so like discriminated in a society, it in a way it gives you a freedom, like because like you're not going to accept me, right? So it doesn't make sense. Like that's why I talk about how hyper marginalized it was. It never really made sense for me to try to become normal. Like that was just like not gonna happen, right? Like that wasn't gonna happen. I'm too far from the what the ideal is supposed to be.
But that's what I mean about you can't assimilate if you're melanated. You
No,
can assimilate in all the ways, but like this is like Laura, like she said, like so she like no, she's Italian.
No, but Des, let me tell you something, because like even within whiteness, because of I'm well versed in how to navigate white culture, if I don't do certain things, like if I don't insist on saying that Black Lives Matter, if I don't like just saying that, you know what I'm saying? Like if I don't do certain things, I am the ideal token Black friend. Like I don't trigger or activate
For
a lot
me,
of
that's
white
not
people.
assimilation though. Like assimilation, what they can't erase from you is your melanin. It is your phenotype. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that with white people and why they need to pathologize whiteness is that it was easier to assimilate into white American standards of all the things because of the lack of melanin, right? Like I'm the perfect example of what I'm saying. I'm Irish. Nobody will turn around. I mean, obviously the people that know me, right? Like they're like, oh, that's my Irish. Like, but like, because this is not what Irish looks like in America, I can't be. Like, right? Like I have these conversations. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Blackness bars you from whiteness. That is the creation of race. So you could be the acceptable Negro all goddamn day long, right? You could be the token Negro all day long. You could be the good Black friend all day long. You ain't white. Like I said, me and my cousin Kristen, we have the same exact fucking genetic makeup. I took my DNA test, and like, if we weren't on percentages, not that I fucking think that shit matters, because
but still, the reason why I'm pushing back is because like a lot of it expands, right? Like, first of all, let's think about like people did look different. They just started to expand what white meant, right? Like,
yeah. But what I'm saying is you're always barred from that whiteness if you're Black. Like whiteness is conditional. Like there's Middle Easterners, right? There's Iranians who like a Kim Kardashian is like white, but she's not. She's like Armenian. Like she's not white. Like I have this argument I'm like, she's not white. She's fucking Armenian, right? But like I agree with you, right? Like, which is the same thing that like I said, like with the white women who are blackfishing, right? Like now they look more like me. Like when I was growing up, I was not passing. They are now stretching the bar of like in the right fucking sunlight, I might be white, or at least best racially ambiguous, because now they are pushing the line.
And now now there's also what I would consider there's the comfortable Black, if that makes sense. I don't even mean the token Black. I mean it's the Black to where I don't feel activated in quite the same way. Not my token friend is what I'm saying, but they're like all over the TV, right? Like, and I would say they're even closer to my complexion. Like, you won't see somebody who is super, super, super dark. Like, I am like the darkest, most archetype, like stars of like Black people who are the stars. Like, I am dark skinned for most. Does that make sense? Even though like within the Black community, I'm not. Like, I'm somewhere in the middle, right? But like the point that I'm making with that is that I think that part of it is oh, okay. I was like, where did she go? Part of it, okay. I'm trying to find the right words. I guess my thing is it's not talking to white people. It's a caution to Black people, I guess is the point that I was making.
Right. And I hear that like that.
Okay.
I'm specifically talking to white people. So that's why the conversation is different.
Right.
Because it comes at it from a different, it's not that we're saying different things. We're just we have a different audience.
Right.
Like, and I don't speak. I'm aware of my own way of growing up, that no matter how I look and how I present, I also recognize that I also don't take up space, like what you were talking about, right? Like, and back to Black people not being a monolith. I don't talk to Black people directly like that. I don't do that and I'm very distinctive. Like, I say I'm Black because I'm Black, but I'm also very distinctive in a space of majority Black people. I say I'm a woman of color because they need to know they may not feel completely safe with me. Right? Because my experience is not the same. Like, I'm not a light-skinned Black woman. Right. I am a mixed woman of mixed ancestry, of mixed ethnicity, right? Because I also, like
you're a multi-ethnic person.
I'm a multi-ethnic person.
I think that's very different from being mixed, but we talked that too. But
it is. But you know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm very cognizant of that. So like what we're saying is the same thing. It's just to a different
audience.
Like, I'm talking to white people because like I said, like back to that whole thing of where I vacillated, where I recognize I'm like, yeah, but we were not white. We were Irish. Like, I don't understand what this white thing is. And then as I unpacked whiteness within my own self, I recognize that what it is that white people lost that, right? I never felt like I had to choose a side. Like you see these people like on TikTok with this, like, you know, the tragic mulatto, like, I'm not white enough, I'm not Black enough. It's like, well, because you're not white. You don't get to be white and Black. That's an impossibility because race is a construct. You don't.
It's a binary system that
does not exist. That does not exist. It does not exist. You are not Black and white. That does not exist because race is a construct. It is not fucking real. It is something that was created based on many factors. And even if you go back in the times, there were white people that looked like fucking Laura. But if they found out that there was like a great-great-grandfather, like that's an octoroon, they lost their rights. Right? Like that's whole passing and passe blanc and all of that other shit. And though things change over time, we can't forget what they came from, right? So like when I had to unpack whiteness for myself and within myself, and then I had to understand and pathologize whiteness for me, that's why I do speak to white people, like, because I understand what their problem is. It's what you lost. Because I never had the tragic mulatto experience, right? Like, I'm Irish. Like, you can absolutely be melanated and be Irish. I was never barred from my culture, right? But like, if I were Black and just generic ass American white, I can't be both. You can't. You just cannot. Like, it just doesn't exist. You could feel however the fuck you want to feel about it, right? Like, I recognize in America's race system, I am Black. Like, that is what I am. But nobody is ever going to take away my culture of being Irish. Like, they can't.
And I think that's a thing. I don't know if this is unilateral in the Black community because I've been having conversations with different people. So I spent most of my life in Louisiana. I've moved out from Louisiana. I'm not from Louisiana actually, but I've moved to and from Louisiana several times in my life. But my mom's family is from here. I'm just drawn to the land here. The Black experience here seems very different than a lot of other places that I don't think I was completely aware of, if that makes sense. Because here, like, even when I went to boarding school, I went to a boarding school that was Black. There was one white girl who was a part of our boarding school. People were being Black didn't bar you from your ethnicity, right? Like, we knew people who were Nigerian, we knew who was from Papua New Guinea, we knew who was British, we knew whatever. Like, even like the army brats or the military brats, because there was a lot of us, because like that's why we were there largely, is because your parents get deployed a lot. It's easier if you can stay at one place, right? So there's a lot of military. Matter of fact, 9/11 happened while I was at boarding school, and like a quarter of us were military brats.
9/11 happened. We were stationed in North Dakota.
Huh?
9/11 happened, and we were stationed in North Dakota. Just a sharing.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like, it just hit different because we're all at school separate from our families, and we know they're about to be deployed. Like, we know it, and we're not even there with them. right? So like other people are mourning what's happening on TV, but we're like, this is about to be madness. We're talking about tour after tour after tour after tour, which is you know.
I totally remember that feeling because, like I said, we were stationed in North Dakota, and I was like, my husband's going to war. Like I didn't, and I'm a New Yorker, so like it hurt me as a New Yorker, right? Like to just watch it, but then I'm looking at my husband's deployment bag, and I'm like, this may also be the last day I see my husband because we're going to war. Like when that building got hit, we were going to war. There was no.
When I saw that second plane, it was when I saw the second. When we saw the second, because the first one could be a fluke, but when I saw the second one,
me too.
We didn't even mourn. It wasn't, and there were New Yorkers, so there was a lot of not a lot, but there was a significant New York population in our school, and there was a moment to mourn all of that. But I really think it lasted a day. After that, we all moved into like what's going to happen to the military kids, like what happens to, like especially if you have more than if both of your parents in the military, like because there's being in the military when we're in quote unquote peacetime, and then there's when we start a fresh war. Yeah. It was a very
completely different.
Yeah,
fully different experience.
Like, totally different experience, and so
not the same.
No, I just that just conversation ended up. I don't know how we ended up talking about 9/11. It just that's how it goes with us.
I know. I'm getting the hell off of here though because I'm
tired. That's what I was gonna say. Same thing.
And the whole point is the call to action is pathologize whiteness, get into your own family systems and communities, and try to understand what you lost. Because if you understand that, if you connect with what you lost, you will understand the ire, the anger, the frustration of marginalized communities at this point in time. It's just another historical time loop. It's happened to you. You won't have to bother Black people for emotional labor if you did your own inner work. If you understood what you lost and what was stripped from you, you would then start looking at us in a whole human way. Like instead of like Shamika said, with like these check boxes, okay, don't share this meme, don't say that word, no, you will sit down and you will really internalize what we are fighting against. We are fighting, like American history is the disruption of Black people. Like it's the disruption of African history. It's the disruption of indigenous communities' history here. It is not its own bubble of fucking history. Like it's not. It is literally the system of whiteness and Christianization and colonization is the way that they disrupted everybody else's history. And if you really touch on that, you will get into it, right? Like I said, like with me being Irish, like it was a comfortable, I understood what whiteness disrupted within that country, what it stripped from the people, what it still strips from the people today. Today, it's still happening. Like I said, there are parts of Ireland colonized and occupied. North Ireland is literally British. Like today, it's still happening. Like, and if you really knew that, then that revolutionary spirit wouldn't have to be mustered up after you fucking like dealt with all the day stuff. It would literally be you activating that genetic revolutionary within you, that genetic ire and anger and frustration. And you wouldn't be like, you shouldn't be so aggressive. Bitch, you better be. We're not trying to be y'all and forget who the hell we were. That's basically what I'm saying. So yeah, I'm done. It's been 4 hours, humans.
Wow.
We talk big shit.
Yeah.
All right, I'm out. Love y'all.
Love you
okay,
too.
love you too. Bye.